Hello, good morning, everyone. How are you guys doing?
Good morning, Azeez. I'm doing great. Hope you're doing good too.
I'm doing good, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Azeez.
Mm,
Morning, Azeez.
Good morning. Okay, let me share my screen and we would get started. Okay, so I sent the email to you guys this morning. Did you guys get it? So the email with all this project stuff we are going to do today. So it should be in you guys' email. I sent it this morning.
Yeah, I got it this morning.
Okay, cool. All right. So pretty much today we would start working on our Terraform project, and we will use, so we are pretty much at like the second phase of the project, which is using all the manual projects we've done. We are now going to use Terraform to pretty much redo those projects. This week we'll start with Terraform itself. So I'll show you guys how to just use Terraform to deploy those projects in AWS. Well, the first one we'll start with is EC2, and the next one is the ECS. So with the EC2 one, I'll show you guys just basic learning Terraform. Then with the ECS one, we will use Terraform module to deploy that because you need to know both. It's the same thing, but slightly different in how they are set up. So first is we just use Terraform as default. Then the next one we use Terraform module. Yeah, so and this project might span multiple weeks. So today I'll try not to go over. So whatever we can get done in the time we have, we'll get it done. That's one thing I like about this project is the fact that we can stop where we are, delete everything, and continue back next week. So, so there shouldn't be any issue there. And that's pretty much the information I have. So let's get started. Before we even start, does anyone have any question?
I do have question, Azeez.
Yes, sir.
Do you want me to share my screen or
What is your question about?
in relation to the previous project two, second and third project?
Because I already started the recording for this project, so I
Oh,
don't want
okay.
to
Later.
include that yet. So we can probably do it if we so if we have some time today. We'll do. Yeah. Mm. Okay. All right. Just a second, Aja. I'm just checking something. In the meantime, you guys can open your your agenda for this, and you can download the project asset here. So that should download project 5 zip to your computer. So download it and unzip it, and pretty much all the stuff we'll use is in there. Okay. So pretty much, like I said, we're working on Terraform, and Terraform is an infrastructure as code too. On YouTube, can you guys hear me? So if you guys can hear me, just type yes so I know. So Terraform is an infrastructure as code too, meaning that, thanks, Juliet. Good morning. Meaning that all the stuff we've done, we can now redo those projects using Terraform, meaning that we can automate everything. And in AWS, the popular tools you will see at work that are used to automate infrastructure deployment is number one is Terraform, and number two is CloudFormation. So CloudFormation is owned by AWS, and Terraform is a third-party tool, and it is the most popular one. So most likely, 7, 8 out of 10 jobs you will be doing, you apply to, most likely use Terraform. So that's why we are using Terraform. Good evening. Good evening, Juliet. That's why we are using Terraform. And also, yeah, so that's just it. So basically everything we've done manually, now we are going to automate those same projects again with Terraform. Now you'll see when we do that in this project, you'll see all the knowledge of things we've learned. You'll see them start coming into play. Now you'll see the benefit of doing those projects manually. So let's just get started because we do have a lot to do, and this project may span a couple of weeks. So I think maybe about two weeks. I'm expecting 2 weeks we should be done. So I already explained what Terraform is. Terraform is an infrastructure as code tool, right? We use it to deploy our infrastructure. And to get started, right? I'm going to open that agenda so that way I'm not just rambling. So the reference architecture. Let's look at the reference architecture. So you guys can see the reference architecture is the same thing as project 2. It's the same exact reference architecture as project 2, but so here I just put Terraform here. We are using Terraform to pretty much deploy the entire infrastructure. So what you are seeing here is the same as project 2. That is that. And also, okay. So the reason why most companies use Terraform is because, right? You guys saw the work we did manually, right? Imagine trying to deploy something at work and you have to like manually do things like that. Think about how tedious that would be. And that's just not a fast and efficient way to get things done, right? So the best way to get things done in an efficient manner is to use tools like Terraform. And as you guys will see, once we write our code with Terraform, we'll be able to deploy our infrastructure in a matter of seconds to minutes, and we can deploy the whole project that took us probably 5-6 hours to deploy. Once we write our code, we can deploy it in minutes, and we can also delete it in minutes. So that's one of the benefits of using Terraform. So just to start with our Terraform project, we're just going to dive into it. The first thing we would do is, the first thing I want you guys to do is open your project folder. So we are still using the same repository we created that we cloned on our computer. So open it. And once you open it in your project repository, so you can see I'm in my project repository here, the one I cloned locally on my computer. So you will click anywhere in this bottom space, just in this bottom space here. Make sure you are not clicking on your Docker or EKS file. Just anywhere in this bottom space, click there. Then you want to right click and click new folder. Then call that folder Terraform. And just make sure I spelled it right, Terraform. So in this folder, this is where you store all your Terraform projects. Similar fashion, is pretty much the same order where we were storing our projects for the other ones. So here in this Terraform folder, that's where all your Terraform projects will go. I'm showing you this way now so that way you can keep all your projects in one place. And when you share it, anyone that's looking at your repository can see. And also when you go back after a couple of months to go review your project, you'll be able to see where all your projects are. So once you create the Terraform folder, you are going to right click on that folder. So click that folder again, right click on that folder and click new folder again. And for that folder name, you can call it Nest app. I think we called it Nest app in the other one. I'll verify. So Nest app. So let me just check the other one. Let's see. Yeah, we called it Nest app. Okay. So now in your Terraform folder, you have Nest app. That is equivalent to on your computer. Remember, this folder is on my computer on my C drive. I'm just visualizing it in Visual Studio Code. So if you go on your C drive and you select users and your name, right, where the folder is, right? So what I just did over here, creating this Terraform folder and Nest folder in it is equivalent to if I come into this folder and I create the Terraform folder here, and you can see if I go in that Terraform folder, there's a Nest app folder there. So that's all that is. The same thing we can do on our computer, the same thing we are doing on File Explorer, right? We can do it from Visual Studio Code because we are using Visual Studio Code to visualize the File Explorer, right? So that's all I just did. I just create a folder. So you can create a folder here in Visual Studio Code, or you can come into your project folder directly on your computer and create your Terraform folder, go into the Terraform folder and create your Nest app folder. So in this Nest app, this is where we will store all the Terraform codes. So that's the first thing I want you to do. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to create secrets in Secret Manager. And the reason why we are creating our secrets in Secret Manager is because you guys know when we were creating the RDS is when we get the credentials and store the credentials in Secret Manager. But for this time, the RDS is not created yet. So we have to it's also another method. We could have used the secret from the previous project, but I want to show you guys just working on your Terraform project, starting from scratch. So we will create our secret in Secret Manager, and this secret, you are not going to delete it. So you continue using this secret for all the Terraform projects you complete, and your projects in the future, you can use the secrets for it. So you don't have to delete it, and it's not going to cost you anything. So that's it for the secret. So we would create the secret and you can use it for all your projects. So let's go to the AWS console.
May I ask a quick question in
Sure.
reference to Secret Manager? In a real life situation, when you're working in the enterprise environment, how was the process as far as, like, for example, let me say your role is a infrastructure ISC developer. How do you start that Secret Manager? How do you start the project using Secret Manager? Because they've given me an interview question in that, and I kind of froze because I had no experience.
So what do you mean? I'm sorry, I don't mean to say like that. Like, how do you start Secret Manager?
No. Like, how do I start the project? Would like if my IAM um my IAM has been saved, and would they email the my credentials, my access key to me.
Oh, okay.
You
Oh,
understand? To start
oh, I see.
my work.
Yeah. So those type of things you guys will see when you start work, and it's things you will pick up, right? So the way IAM is set up at work on an enterprise level is different from how they won't just have in the IAM console where there is like a username, there is like your secret, there's like every user is listed there. They are most likely going to authenticate you guys from Active Directory. So whatever way they are authenticating you to your AWS account, when you get access to your AWS account, you will pretty much have a profile, and everyone does it differently. On that profile, let's say you log in, there'll be a page where you log in. For lack of a better term, so let's just use this as an example. So let's say you log in over here to this page. They will have a page you log in. And once you log in that page, you will see all the AWS account you have access to. It'll be account 1, account 2, account 3, account 4. For those accounts, they will have like pretty much whatever permission what you can do in those accounts. And those accounts can be dev or whatever. So under each account, there will be a link there or a button you can click to generate access key. And they will be temporary. They are not always permanent. You will generate access key, and you can go use that access key to run your CLI command or do whatever you need to do. There will also be a link there that you can click on to go into that account. And if you want to generate access key for that account, there's also going to be a button that you can click to generate access key. So that's how it's done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, but that is that's something once you start working, it's very easy to pick up. Okay. But if they ask you just for work's sake, that is
Like they'll say, okay, you're an example. Give me an example. What's your day-to-day structure as a ISC? What's your experience as a infrastructure ISC role or an infrastructure using Terraform? How do you start? And they know you can't go that deep in it, so you're giving them basically a brief, and their key is how you start. I noticed even the recruiter was like, focus on how you start the process, and once they know you start well, it's downhill from there. So that's why I was like, I have no experience, so I wasn't that confident, in telling them, and they could tell from that. That's why I said, let me just ask.
okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe once we are done, you guys, if you have any question as it relates to like in the interview stuff, just note it down, and I can try to answer it at the end before I leave. Yeah, but the more you start doing stuff with Terraform, you understand the process. So that's
Thank
yeah.
you. Thank you. That's good to know.
So the next thing what we want to do now is we want to create our secret and secret manager. So that secret is what we will use in our Terraform deployment. So in your AWS console, just type secrets manager here. And in Secret Manager, you are going to click Store a New Secret. And this time, click Other Type of Secret. Then once you click Other Type of Secret, you'll see key value pairs here, right? So key and value. So here you store the key, and here you store the value. So we want to store the key value pair. You guys can take a screenshot of this. These are the keys we are going to store. So the key is here. We're going to store username, which will be the username for our RDS, password, the password for our RDS, DB name, the database name for our RDS, and personal access token for your personal access token. Personal access token is optional for this project, but the good thing about this secret is in the future, you can come back to the secret and keep adding more key value pairs to it. So pretty much any project you guys want to do, this Terraform project, future projects, you can store secrets for those projects in this same secret, because you guys know once we call this secrets manager, we can always pull the exact secret we want from it. So that's the benefit of it. So to start, we are going to store the secrets. The first one is username. I'm going to copy it. I'll paste that username here. Then I'm going to give it the value, which is what that secret will be. So the value is admin. I'm going to copy this and paste it.
Is it possible for you to copy it in the chart?
Yeah. So it's there. So you guys can either copy it or you can type it. So the so once you add your key and value, the next one is row. So basically, let's just add the keys. So the first one is username. The second one is password. So paste password here, or you can type password in there. The next one is DB name. So copy that or type it there. So the next one is personal access token. So personal access token, we really don't need it for this project, but you'll probably need it at some point. So we are just creating the secrets now. So this you can either create now or create later. So personal access token. And in the future, if you want to add more secrets, you can add more secrets to it. So this is the key. Now you need to give it the value. So the password can be whatever you want it to be, right? You don't have to use the same password I have. So password, use whatever you want it to be, but just make sure the password meets AWS, whatever the password is for RDS, right? Make sure the password meets that. The database name, I'll call it application DB, and personal access token, whatever your personal access token is, you're just going to paste that here. So these are the secrets we would need for this project. So but another thing is make sure the, okay, just a second. All right. There, I pasted in the, I'm not sure if YouTube is gonna let me paste it, but let me see. Okay, well, I pasted there, but it's kind of like messed up, so hold on. So I'll do it this way, because you guys don't need to have the same password. You can use the same password as me, but it's pretty much things you guys can come up with. So that's the key you need, username. YouTube is kind of like moving it, putting it together. So let's do it this way. So you need to have a key for username. You need to have a key for password. You need to have a key for database name. And you need to have a key for personal access token. So most likely we probably won't need the secrets today. We won't use it today, but it's the first thing we have to create. So that's what I'm showing you. So whatever you see on my screen here, that's what you should create. So create the key and it will look like this. Just a second, I'm just trying to get something. This is my secrets manager. Anyway, so once you create the key, right, you should have this, right? Once you have this, then you click next. And here you are going to give the secret a name. So I'm trying to find the name we called it in project 2. Just give me a second.
How are we getting this personal access token key to put over here?
That we did in the previous project. That's the personal access token you created in the previous project to download
Oh, okay.
stuff from your thing. Yeah.
I wanted to talk about that. That personal access token is from
GitHub.
GitHub, yeah. So
Yeah.
let the audience know so they won't use the same one and get stuck at that point, knowing that thinking, because I've made that mistake before doing something, I was just copying and following and I didn't really understand the concept, and I had to rewind and figure out that that was my personal access token. So it's everyone's own will be different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a reason why I didn't. There's a reason why I'm not mentioning this in details, because we are. This is project number 5, right? So you guys have completed 4 assignments redoing the project. So with at the pace we are going, right? My expectations from you guys is when I mention personal access token that you guys already know what it is and where to get it, right? Because we've already done it in previous project. So and some level at this pace, and that's how that's like, let's say we kick up the challenge one more notch. That's how we have to kind of approach it going, because that's how you guys are going to learn, is some stuff that we've done in the previous project, which is when I said that on the email, that the prerequisite is always completing the previous project, and not only completing it, understanding it. So at this stage, I'm not going to, certain things we've covered in the past, I'm only going to mention it. I'm not going to tell you guys what the definition is at this point, because certain things I feel like you guys should know, then you guys should know it. So for the name of the secrets, we can just use the same name we gave our secrets before. So call it dev. So you don't even have to call it nest secret. You can just call it dev secrets. So that way you can use this secret for this project. You can use it for future projects, use it for any project. So call it this name. And if you want to give it a description, you can give it a description, what I want. And scroll down here, click next. On this page, if you want to configure automatic rotation, you can't, but I mean, you can, but we are not going to do that here. So here we are going to click next, and we are going to scroll down here and click store. So we've created the secret. You can see it here. You can see I'm in dev secrets, right? And if you want to retrieve the secret value, right, you can come here under the overview tab, you click retrieve secrets, and it will be here. So the username, password, database name, personal access token. When you guys are creating your secrets, make sure the key is exactly how you see it here, because this is how it is referenced in our Terraform code. So Jane, good evening. So make sure the secret key is set exactly how you see it here. And also, if you want to add more secrets in the future, you can click edit here. This will open up. You can click add a new row. add your key, and add your value. So you can keep adding other secrets for other projects here. All right. That's pretty much it for the secrets. And in our Terraform project, when we create the RDS, it would reference the RDS password from Secrets Manager. That's that.
Yeah, Azeez, sorry, just I was
Okay.
running late. My apologies. That last passcode is also in the document. I'm just pulling up everything now
Which one? What is in the document?
for that. Sorry, the personal access token, that long password you put.
So personal access token comes from you guys' GitHub repository.
Okay,
right?
okay.
So when you, so project 3, we created personal access to project 3, we covered how to create personal access token, and we did it in project 4, right?
Gotcha.
So, and so that's 4 times we've done it. We've done it in project 3, project 4, and you guys also did the assignment for project 3 and project 4.
Gotcha.
So that's why I'm not showing you guys how to get it. So you guys have to go. It's part of the knowledge check in the past, but it is really not important for what we are trying to do. Even today, we probably won't use this secret because I don't think we'll get to creating RDS today. But I'm showing you guys that for our Terraform project, what we need is secrets. And this is how you create the secret. So that's something you guys should just note down, that I'm going to create a secret. This is how I create the secret. If you don't have your secrets now, is okay, because we are not going to need the secrets for now. Yeah. So, but personal access token, when we talk about personal access token, that is from project 3 and project 4, and it is coming from GitHub. And mind you, also remember, when you create a personal access token in GitHub, you see it once. The first time you create it, that's the only time you see it. If you go back to the personal access token page, you would have to recreate another one if you don't have the previous one you created. Okay, so that's the first thing, we're creating our secrets. The next thing we are going to do is, pretty much goes before we start creating any Terraform file. The next thing we are going to do is talk about one key feature that is important with Terraform, that makes Terraform pretty much what it is, right? So you guys know, I told you guys that Terraform creates the infrastructure in your AWS account. So we'll write our Terraform code. And when we write our Terraform code, when you run Terraform command to apply that code, Terraform will create whatever resources you've specified in your Terraform script. Terraform will create that resources in your AWS account. So how is Terraform able to know? So let's say now you go back, you create a VPC now, and in the same application, you are trying to create your EC2. So how is Terraform able to keep track of all the things you are creating, all the things you are deleting? What Terraform used to keep track of all the resources you are creating and deleting is called a state file. So this is part of your notes. This is also an interview question. Write it down. So there's what we call Terraform state file. The state file is when you apply your Terraform code, and you'll see everything as we go. So this is just like a high level stuff, things you should know. When you run Terraform to create resources in your AWS environment, Terraform will create a state file, and in that state file, it would have a list of the resources it created. Then when you now go run Terraform again to delete something, and Terraform deletes something, Terraform will continue monitoring that state file. It knows what it deleted, it knows what it created, and it pretty much knows the current state of your infrastructure. So it is the most important feature of Terraform, because without the state file, Terraform is not going to be able to keep track of the resources that it created in your AWS account. So let's say we run Terraform command now to create something in our AWS account, and we go and delete that state file. The next time you run Terraform, Terraform will try to recreate those things again, because it is it doesn't know what is already in your AWS account. So keep that in mind. The state file is very important. So now the question is, when we run our Terraform code, right? So we've talked about this is the directory where we are going to store all of our Terraform code. So when we run our Terraform command, Terraform will create the state file in this directory. So if we run Terraform and Terraform is creating the state file in this directory, this is the local directory, right? You can run your Terraform command, you can run Terraform that way, but that is not how it is done at work. Think about it. At work, you have like 10, let's say you have 10 engineers. We are all engineers working at our company. And we are all downloading the same infrastructure, the Terraform code. Whether today they said, for example, Juliet to update the VPC. So Juliet cloned the repository, made the changes, applied it. And tomorrow they're asking Victor to create an EC2. Victor cloned the repository, write the code for the EC2, applied it, right? Every apply you guys are doing is going to the same state file, right? So that means that Victor can have the state file locally on his computer. Juliet can have the state file locally on our computer, because one, you guys can accidentally delete the state file, mess with the state file. Now Terraform is unable to track the infrastructure. And two, if you guys have different state file on your computer, it just means that Terraform will be unable to keep track of it, right? So what do we do? To store the state file, which is how it is going to be done at work, and it is also an interview question. To store the state file, they will ask you, where do you guys store your state file for Terraform? There are other methods out there, but the most common one where you are going to store your state file is in an S3 bucket. So let's say we have our local environment here where we are running our Terraform code, right? And this is our AWS environment, right? So this is you on your computer running your Terraform code, and this is your Terraform code. Excuse, I'm using my mouse to draw, right? So Terraform is creating your infrastructure. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a state file in an S3. We are going to create an S3 bucket, and we will store that state file in it. So it doesn't matter how many engineers clone the repository to run the Terraform code. So when you clone the repository and you are applying it, what Terraform will do is when you try to apply the infrastructure, Terraform will go into your AWS account and get the state file. So once it gets the state file, it looks at the state of that state file, and it will now know what to add, what to remove, right? So remember, the state file, the reasons why you want it is very important. It is what Terraform used to keep track of your environment, what it is creating, what it is removing. It is best practice is to store it in an S3 bucket, one central location where everybody can access it from there. So you won't have, and mind you, at your company, you probably won't have access to that S3 bucket, but your Terraform code is able to go to that S3 bucket to get the state file and use it. So that's the benefit of it. So remember what we just said about the state file. It is an interview question. So that should also be in your notes. All right. So here we are going to go to our AWS console, and we are going to create an S3 bucket that we will use to store our state file. So in your management console here, type S3 and select S3 under services. And we are going to click create bucket, and it is going to be general purpose. Here, you are going to give the bucket a name. So I want you guys to call it something. Don't use the same name that I'm using, but first start with your name or something, your name or some type of initial, and finish it with Terraform remote state. So it could be your name dash or whatever you want, project, AWS project that, but you remember every bucket name has to be unique. And just make sure at the end, you call it Terraform remote state or Terraform state, anything you want to call it. So that way, when you look at that bucket, you know it is what you are using to store your Terraform state file. So once you've done that, scroll all the way down. We'll leave all these settings as default, but under bucket versioning, click enable. We want to enable that. Then scroll down, leave all this as default and click create bucket. So that's all you need to do. So this bucket that I just created, I can view the bucket here. This bucket that I just created is what we will use to store our Terraform state file. And once we apply Terraform, I'll come back and I'll show you what it looks like. But we just need to have a bucket ready that is going to store our state file for us. Okay. Does anyone have any question on state file, the bucket, anything before we move on to the next thing? And is it clear?
Can you hear me? Question.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so since we are doing IAC topic, can we also use IAC like Terraform to create the buckets from the command line instead of just creating it?
No,
Console?
no. I mean, you can, but it's not ideal too. So if you use Terraform to create the bucket, right? When you now run Terraform destroy, do you also want to delete the bucket? You
Okay,
understand?
so I
Right.
saw somewhere that what they do is they create a separate script like a bootstrap. It is separate from the main Terraform code, and then they run it. It will create the buckets, and I think they use it to create the DynamoDB too.
Yeah.
And then it's separate. That will be existing, and then they will
Yeah.
now go and run the main Terraform script to create other infrastructure and resources on top
Yeah.
of the S3 buckets and the DynamoDB.
Yeah, I
Is that how
understand.
it is done in the corporate world, or it has to be done from the manual console?
Yeah, so setting things just like how we create the secret, right? And we are creating the S3 bucket that is going to store the code. Setting things in your project setup, you can do manually. It's fine. You don't have to. It's kind of like an overkill to use Terraform to do it, unless if they are. If I can see a scenario where they are just deploying a bunch of different things, then they I mean, I don't see the benefit to using Terraform to create the state file bucket. You can use Terraform, but I just showed you guys, it took 2 seconds to create it. And I can show you in this bucket, we can store as many state file in it as we want. Not unless if for every project you want to store different state file, you want to create different bucket for different state files, then you can use that method. But I mean, for what we are doing, it's better to just create the bucket, because once we create this bucket will be here. At the end of the project, you are not going to delete it. This is the bucket you will use for all your projects, so all your Terraform projects. So it's just better to manually do it. I think it's kind of like an overkill. You can do it that way, don't get me wrong, but I mean, it's kind of like an overkill. It's not as important in the grand scheme of things.
Okay.
So the main thing is just have a bucket ready. So we have our bucket. All right. All right. Does anyone else have any question?
I was gonna say I have a Terraform bucket, S3 bucket from one of your past projects. I just wanted to make sure that was cool to use.
Yeah, you can use the same bucket. It's fine.
All right.
Yeah. All right. So once we have someone have any question?
Yeah, Azeez, are we going to use the DynamoDB log for this project?
Yes, we are. That's the
Okay.
next thing I'm going to cover.
Okay.
Yeah. So once you have your bucket, the other part of the state file thing in Terraform is locking the state, right? So what locking Terraform state means is this. So let's say we have an AWS environment and there is engineer 1, engineer 2, engineer 3, and there is the Terraform code, right? So all these engineers has access to the repository, so they can all clone the repository to their computer. So let's say the engineer 1 is asked to work on a VPC. There's a task to update something in the VPC. Engineer 2, there's a task to update EC2. And engineer 3, there's a task to maybe update RDS. And they've all cloned the same code on their computer. So let's say engineer 1 is done updating the code, the Terraform code, and they create the PR. And now the engineer 1 is applying whatever changes it made to the AWS environment, right? So what the Terraform state log does is when engineer 1 is doing his own apply, Terraform will lock the same state, the state file we're talking about, the same state, Terraform will lock it. Terraform will lock it. So that means that and that lock is just temporarily. It will be temporary while this engineer is applying all the changes and all the changes has been applied and everything is done and there's no error, and pretty much Terraform would, while all the changes infrastructure is being updated, Terraform will lock it. So no other, now if engineer 2 is done and engineer 2 wants to run Terraform apply to create stuff in AWS, in the same AWS account, engineer 2 will not be able to create an engineer 3 until whatever engineer 1 is done, is applying, is done. Once it is done, Terraform will wait, I don't know the time, but there will be like some waiting time, maybe like a minute, 2 minutes, then the state lock will go away. Then now engineer 2 can now apply his own, and vice versa. When engineer 2 is applying, Terraform will lock the state again. Only engineer 2 will be able to apply until that is done. Engineer 1 and 3 will not be able to apply, and that's all the state lock does, right? You can also have the state lock locally on your computer, but at work, where it will be stored is in a DynamoDB table. So that is pretty much the whole concept for state lock. Does anyone have any question on it? All right. So to create the DynamoDB table that will store your state lock, you are going to go in your management console. Then here, you will type DynamoDB. Select DynamoDB under services. Here, click tables. Then click create table. We are going to give the table a name. You can call it, but we're going to give the table a name, but make sure you call it this name. Yeah, you're going to call it Terraform state lock. I'll paste this in the chat so you guys can have it. Terraform state lock, call it this name. So we'll come to the table, we'll give it a name, Terraform state lock. Then under this partition key, you want to call it lock ID and type it exactly how you see it on my screen. So it is lock ID. So it is LOCK ID. So the ID, I don't know whether it would fail if you don't type it the same way, but from when I was working on the project, this is how I've always had it. So for your partition key, I think you have to have it this way. So make sure you type it exactly how you see it on my screen, lock ID. So it is LOCK, capital L, and the I and D is also capital, lock ID. Right there. And right here. So once you enter the lock ID under partition key, remember it is Terraform state lock for the table name, and partition key is lock ID. Then scroll all the way down here, leave the rest as default, scroll all the way down and click create table. And it is now creating the table here. You will see Terraform state lock for the table name and partition key is lock ID. Those are the two things you want. And that's all we need to do to create the table. All right. Do you guys have any question on that? Remember the two things, key things you should add to your notes for interview purposes: state lock. Where do you guys, questions like, they will ask you questions like, what do you guys use to store your Terraform state? You store it in an S3 bucket. If they ask you, what is the point of a state file? You can explain the point of a state file, right? Terraform state lock. Remember, it's just when someone is applying, is preventing multiple engineers of applying to the same infrastructure at once. So it's pretty much one at a time. One person will apply. While the person is applying, the state is locked. Once the person is done, it opens back up for the next person to apply. All right.
Quick question. Sorry. Is anything? Oh, sorry. Is anything that would trigger that for the lock to take place, or you just auto lock as soon as one starts?
Yes, it's auto lock. Once you run Terraform, once you initialize Terraform to that environment and pull the state and initialize Terraform to apply, it automatically locks it.
The other question is, if I have two projects, I have to create a log for the second project. Is that so?
No, your other project can use the same table.
Okay.
So
Thank
in
you.
this table, we will see it, right? So when we come to this table, right, and there's nothing in this table now, right? So if we like explore table items, right? So there will be items in this table. So this for every project you use, and when you initialize Terraform, there will pretty much be a line, right? There will be a line here. It will be project 1, whatever the log information is, project 2, whatever the log information, project 3, whatever the log information is. You understand? So is a table. The table will pretty much itemize for all the different projects. So you are using the same DynamoDB table for all your projects.
Thank you.
How Terraform knows that there are different projects is from your state file, because each of your project will have their own unique state file. Does that make sense?
Right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. Perfect. So now that we've done those two things, there's one more thing we need to do. The next thing we need to do is we need to configure AWS credentials on our computer. It's the same thing we've done in project 1 and project 2. Not project 1. I think with the same thing we did in project 2, 3, and 4. Whenever we created the IAM user and we configured the IAM user's credentials on our computer, right? It's the same thing. But I want to also show you guys another angle to it. So remember when we created an IAM user? How can I do it? Let me, just a second. Give me 1 second. I'll show you guys something. I want to save my IAM user credential somewhere before I do this example, so that way I don't expose it. Just give me a second. Okay. Okay. So you guys remember when we created an IAM user, right? And we got the access key and secret access key for the IAM user. So if you guys want to see your access key and secret access key, the one you can use the same one. So basically what I'm trying to say is like, you can use the same one that we configured for the previous project. You can use it for this Terraform project. I'll show you guys something. Just give me 1 second. I'm just removing that access key because I don't want to have to go create it again. I mean, I can, I just don't want to. All right. So remember in the previous project, we created an access key on our computer and it looks like this. So let me open the File Explorer. So if you open the File Explorer on your computer, right? On Mac, you will go to your home directory and you go to your C drive, and on your C drive, you select users and you select your name, and you will see, remember when we create the user's secret access key and access key, it goes in the .aws folder, and you go in that .aws folder. Remember I showed you guys, if you open this config file and open it in a notepad, you will see a default value there, right? And if you click on the credentials and open it, you'll see your access key and secret access key. It is also on that default. So what this default means is, and I also explained to you guys that in this AWS folder, this is what is there. Let me open this again. And I'm just going to copy this access key. I want to copy this access key and secret access key somewhere because I want to explain something to you guys. And I'll copy my secret access key somewhere here. You guys don't have to do what I'm doing. I just want to explain something to you guys. So my credentials that is here, right, on my C drive, I'm going to delete it. You guys don't have to delete yours. Please don't delete yours. I'm going to delete this .aws folder, right? And now I want to show you guys the difference between a default profile, the default profile you guys saw there. I want to show you guys the difference between a default profile and there will also be a named profile. In our Terraform code, you guys will see that named profile, and you can also use your default profile. But this is very important because I feel like at this point, I need to show you guys, so it's something you guys should be aware of. So to configure our access key and secret access key, remember we would open PowerShell and we would type AWS configure. Once you type AWS configure, it is going to ask you for your access key ID, right? So you would you'll copy your access key ID, paste it here, and it will ask you for your secret access key. So you copy your secret access key, paste it here. So once you enter your access key ID, press enter, it will ask you for your secret, paste it there and press enter. Then it will ask you for the region you are using. I'm using Virginia, you can see it here. Virginia is US East 1. So I'll type US East 1. Now press enter. Then default output, we're just going to press enter. What I want to explain is the act of me typing AWS configure and I specify my access key, secret access key, that is creating the default profile. And you guys can see if I go back to my home directory, in my home directory, you can see that .aws folder I deleted, it created it again. And here, if I open this, you can see it created a default profile with the stuff I configured here. You guys can see created a default profile. No, not there. You can see it created a default profile with what I configured here. What is the point of this default profile? The point of this default profile is that when you run any AWS CLI command, right? AWS knows that it needs to go in your home directory and find the .aws folder. And in that .aws folder, this is where it will find the credentials. So by default, every application, anything you are deploying in AWS, when you run AWS command, this is where they've agreed on your computer to go look for it. It's standard for every computer. On Mac, it will be on your home directory. On Windows, it will be on the home directory. So AWS know automatically to come here to find the credentials when you are running any type of AWS CLI command. So when you type AWS configure, right, it would create the default profile. And the default profile just means that anytime you run any AWS command, this is the credentials it will use. Whatever credentials is stored on that default, that's what it will use. So what about in the case where at work, you have account 1, account 2, and account 3. You can only have one default profile on your computer. You can have two. So you can come here now in this file. So if I type AWS configure again and I put my access key and secret access key, it is going to override that default profile. So you can't have more than one default profile. You can only have one. But what if you want to configure your credentials for multiple accounts? That is when you use this method I'm about to show you. It's not a method, but it's another side of the configuring thing that I think you guys should know. So let's say I want to now configure another credentials in this document. Because you guys can see now, if I open it, I only have this one, the default one. So now I want to configure another credentials for a different account or that I want to use. So for that one, you guys are going to do AWS configure. It's the same thing. Then you are going to enter -- profile, just like this. Remember, it's AWS configure -- profile. Then you are going to specify the profile name. So for the profile name, I'll call it Cloud Project. And just make sure it's, yeah. So remember, it is AWS configure -- profile cloud projects. So the name you are giving it here, this cloud project name you are giving it here, will be the name that will show up in your credentials file. Remember where we saw the default? When we run this, it will create another profile in there for cloud projects. And under that cloud project, you will see the access key and secret access key. So that's what this does. Remember, so let's say this is account 2. You could have, say, AWS configure profile account 1, account 2, and you can configure as many accounts as you want. So now, once I type this and I press enter, it is going to ask me for the access key. So you can use the same access key, right? I mean, if you are configuring multiple accounts, each account will have its own access key. But for the sake of this project, we are using the access key and secret access key for the cloud project. What I'm saying is that the same one you've already configured on your computer, you can also configure it under this profile as well. I mean, for lack of a better, creating multiple access key, you can configure it, right? So by default, it will still use the one you already configured under the default, but in our Terraform project, I want to show you guys how to reference another credentials on your computer. So I'm just going to use the same access key. So here we actually for access key ID, you enter it. Then I'm coming, Mr. Larry. Then it will ask you for your secret access key. You paste it there. Then it will ask you for your region. It will be US East 1. Press enter. Then your output, press enter. Right. So now I've configured another one. You guys can see the first one I run is just AWS configure. That will create the default. The second one I ran is AWS configure -- profile. That will create another profile called cloud projects, and the access key will be there. So now let's go to that credentials file, right? You can see my credentials file. Let's open it again. And here you can now see, you can see the default one I configured and the new one I just configured called cloud projects with the access key and secret access key. So that's what I'm saying. You can now, this is how you configure your access key for multiple accounts. So now you can have credentials for account 1, account 2, account 3, account 4, as many accounts as you want. I'm not sure if there's a limit, but I'm sure there's probably a limit to it. So that just means that when you run AWS command, remember the difference. When you run AWS command, AWS CLI command, right? If you don't specify a profile name in that command, right? Because when you run AWS CLI command, you can specify a profile name. Let's say we just run AWS CLI command, we don't specify a profile name. It would always use the default one, always. But let's say you run AWS, you want to run an AWS CLI command, and you are saying in account 1, you want to run it, then you will have to specify the name of that profile that you configured on your computer in your CLI command. So AWS will know that in this account is where you are running that CLI command. Does that make sense? So you guys, please ask me a question on this thing. You must know this thing. You can't forget. This is the basics of it. You must understand it. So Mr. Larry, go ahead.
Yes, please, in a normal setting, with this account you just created now, let's say, for instance, we are given a task to work on the Terraform, then maybe another task on Ansible. So is that how we are going to segregate the profile?
So the profile are not segregated based on projects, but they are segregated based on accounts.
Oh, you mean account in the sense that, for instance, in a production,
Exactly. Exactly.
test, is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Okay.
so just like I was saying account 1, account 2, it could be, you could configure, you could have multiple configurations here. I'm not going to save this, but I'm just showing you guys, for example, you can have multiple configurations here. Right? And this could be dev.
Okay.
This could be test.
Okay.
And this could be
No.
prod.
Now I understand. Yeah. Okay.
So you guys know the act of running AWS configure, this is what it's doing. It's just creating these things for you in this file, right? You can come to this file and create it yourself. But run AWS configure because AWS will put it in the right format for you, right? So you can configure as many profiles here. So what I'm now saying is, like, let's say I want to run AWS CLI command. Like an example of an AWS CLI command is AWS S3 ls. So what I'm saying is, if and you guys can note this part of the lecture because this is very important. If you don't understand it now, note what I'm about to say now. It will help you understand. So if I run this AWS CLI command S3 ls, when it goes into my home directory to find the credentials, because I'm running the AWS S3 ls without specifying any profile, it would automatically use this default one. So remember, when you run this, it will use this one. So let me clear that.
So it's kind of like a Linux syntax basically, but you have to specify the directory, I guess. So how do you call it? Like I'm trying to figure out the purpose of the access keys and everything. Is this all just for assuming for access purpose, or does it give it a specific profile that you'll be working with in the command line? If that makes sense.
Okay. You have AWS account, AWS account, AWS account. It's account 1, 2, 3. In this account, you have a profile there. You have a IAM user with access key. You have the same thing here. You have the same thing here. So how are you, and you want to run AWS CLI command on your computer. How are you going to be able to run AWS CLI command? So this is you right here. You are trying to create something in AWS account. How do you know, how can you create something in any of this account from your computer? You have to take whatever access key you have in this account and configure it on your computer. So that's what we did here, right? That's what we did here. So you take whatever access key you have, you configure it on your computer. So let me just, well, it's because I'm using the mouse, right? So that's what you are saying here. So consider this access key. Consider whatever this access key here is this. This is this. And this is that. It's very, you guys don't complicate it. You have an AWS account. In that AWS account, you have your user in that account has the access key and secret access key. I'm saying that's what I'm saying. Like when I was talking about all the things we need to do in project 2 and 3, that's why I'm saying like all the stuff would make more sense now, right? Because we already talked about what AWS CLI is, and I'll explain it one more time. You have an AWS account right now that you logged into with your username and password. That is your AWS account. So if you want to log into let's say you have 2 AWS accounts. The first one you logged in with your username and password. If you want to log into your second account, you have to put the specific username and password for that account, right? So the same thing is with access key. Username and password is how you log in the console.
Gotcha.
I also explained that if you want to do something in AWS, you can do it from the CLI using AWS CLI, meaning that you can type a command on your computer to do something in AWS, right? In order for you to be able to type a command, that CLI command on your computer to do something in your AWS account, you need access key and secret access key. That is the username and password to programmatically do that, right?
Makes sense,
100%. So let's say you want to now start running, you are here, you want to start running commands on your AWS account from your computer, right? That means you have to go and take whatever access key is on this on account 1, set it up on your computer as a profile. Whatever is in account 2, set it up. Whatever is in account 3, set it up. So now when you run AWS CLI command, you can tell it which account you are running that command to.
And Azeez, how do you specify which account again you want to run the commands to us?
Okay, yeah. So
we'll configure profile, right? That
right. So
yeah,
so you guys, so remember what I showed you guys here. If you run, so this is where we are. You guys just focus on this. So you guys understand the point of configuring access key on your computer, right? It is access key for different accounts. It's not the same account.
that makes sense now.
So when you are configuring access keys for different accounts, or should I put account 1, account 2 here so you guys it would make sense? So when we say dev test, usually they are always different accounts. But you know what? I just put so let me let me clear this. I'll keep it very simple.
Like administrative access, basically.
So,
Individual.
so I'll put account 1. Account 1. Account 2. All right. So what I'm saying is this. So this is where we are. I'm telling you guys that when you run AWS configure, this I'm showing you guys here. When you run, let me just move side by side so you can see. When you run AWS configure, the act of running AWS configure will always create a default profile. If I run this AWS configure 10 times, it will always override. It will just keep overriding this default profile. It will not create another default profile. It will take whatever you already have there and override it. Override the access key and secret access key. So the act of AWS configure always creates default profile. That's what I said. Then, and I said, if you want to now create, what happens if you have multiple accounts you are trying to create a profile for? So that way you can specify in what account you want to run your command. That's when you will run AWS configure -- profile, right? So let me delete this again. I'll show you guys. Delete this. Save. I'm gonna do it one more time, but after this time, you guys just try to think of it and understand it. You guys don't, if you don't understand it now, don't try to just try to do it now and forget about it. It's something you should study until you understand it. It shouldn't be just for this lecture alone. It should be something you understand because you have to understand it. So I'm going to delete my okay, I have my access key there. So I'm going to delete my .aws folder again. So you guys can see what's going on. Delete my .aws folder. I'm going to move this here. Let me move this here like this. I'm going to put this like this. So 3, you have all 3 like this. Remember, this is my home directory on my computer. And I'm going to close this and I'm going to open another one. Right. So this is what I'm saying. When I talk about when you configure profiles, when you put in access key on your computer, it's just you are putting your password, username and password for the account you are trying to create something in, right? You are putting it on your computer. That's all that is, right? So what I'm saying is that when you run AWS configure, right? You press enter, it would ask you for your access key. You put your access key, paste it here, press enter. It will ask you for your secret access key. You put your secret access key, paste it here, press enter.
Quick question, sorry. And those access key are created as soon as we create our IAM user, right?
No, you have to generate it yourself.
Oh, generate it, okay.
Trying to get right.
When you generate your CLI version 2, that's when you get this stuff he's talking about. At the beginning, remember when you collect CLI version 2, when you're trying to configure it, that's when you get this default AWS. Basically, it's an API to
Can we just wait until he finishes this part and then we can ask our questions?
Yeah, so you guys all right. I don't remember my password for my other account. So again, you guys please don't complicate it, right? Right. So what I'm So since someone, and again, when you guys ask me questions, I'm sorry to say, but I'm also trying to hold you guys accountable for things you guys are supposed to know. We are on project 5 now. You guys have done all your assignments. I mean, at least the ones I've seen that people have done it, right? So by you completing your assignment, and I also have the knowledge check, which is you were supposed to go through the knowledge check, mark everything on the knowledge check as a confirmation that you already know what you are doing before you even do the assignment. So by now, this is like basic. You guys should know this by now. So this is by now, you guys should know this. So I'll cover it one more time, and this will be the last time I cover it, right? So I'm not saying that in a rude way, but I'm saying it as a way to hold you guys accountable. Saying things I don't want to hold you guys through it after some time. You guys should know it, right? So just to start, we start in IAM. That's where everything starts. In IAM, right? And in IAM here, we have a user here. So we go create a user. Create a user. We'll call this user test. And we don't have to give this user any console access. So you give that user permission, right? So let me just say read only. Because if someone is read only. Because in case if I expose the access key, no one can do anything with it, right? So you create a user, you give that user permission policy, which is what that user, what the user is allowed to do in this account, and you create the user. So key thing we just did, we created a user, right? This is the user. Then if you want this user to be able to, remember I said in AWS, I am currently logged into the management console. And to log into my management console, I entered my username and password. That's why I'm able to do stuff in AWS. Another way you can create anything you can do in the management console, you can also do it from your own computer, right? Meaning that I can open PowerShell on my computer, run AWS, there's AWS, we call it AWS CLI. Run AWS CLI command and I can do whatever I need to do, whether it's to create S3 bucket, to create EC2, whatever. Before I can do that, I also need a username and password. Just like how you need a username and password to sign in here. You will need a username and password configured on your computer to be able to do that, right? So if that's what you want to do to run a command on your computer, then for this user you just create, you will have to now go to the security credentials. And here, if you scroll down here, you will see access key and secret access key. Then here you create access key and secret access key. They will ask you what type of access key do you want to create. It's for AWS command line right here. So you select that and you click I acknowledge and you click next and you click create access key. And when you create the access key for that user, it is now giving you an access key and secret access key that you can configure on your computer. Think of it as the username and password for this user that will allow this user to be able to run command from the computer. Do you guys understand that? This is where the access key and secret access key is generated in each user's profile. So for any user you want to use to run your command, you go to that user's profile and you generate the access key for them. Any question? So you guys understand it. So silence means you guys understand that part.
Makes sense.
Okay. So now that I've created an access key and secret access key for this user, right? When you run your CLI command, you can always specify the access key and secret access key, but that's not how it's done because this thing is secrets. How AWS wants you to do it is AWS wants you to store this access key. AWS wants you to store this access key and secret access key somewhere on your computer. That when you run your CLI command, AWS will go there to find it. And where AWS has agreed to store it is in the home directory. So no matter what computer you are using, this access key and secret access key will always be stored in the home directory. That's the default place. If you go and store it somewhere else, you would have to now do some other configuration to tell AWS where it is. But by default, that's where AWS will go look, in your home directory. So basically what I'm saying is now that I have this user called test that I create, and I've generated an access key for this user. What this access key is saying is that I want this user to be able to run command from their computer to be able to create stuff in AWS. This counts as their username and password. So now it brings us to this. Bring us to this, right? Remember what I said, that where AWS agreed to store those credentials is in the home directory. This is the home directory on my computer. So now if I take this user's credentials, and I now come to AWS, I come to my computer and I open PowerShell and I type AWS configure. I typed that wrong, sorry. AWS configure and press enter. It is going to ask you for your access key ID. You take your access key ID, you paste it here, press enter. It is going to ask you for your secret access key. You take your secret access key and paste it here, press enter. It is going to now ask you for the region, right? I'm using US East 1, US, I'm going to type US East 1 and press enter. Then the default output is when you run CLI command, if there's any output, what output do you want to get it? We don't have to specify any output, we'll press enter, right? Oh, I press enter, but I want to show you guys something, right? You guys see that the AWS folder is back here again, right? I wanted to show you guys. So basically what I'm saying is that this AWS folder, if I keep deleting it and I run AWS configure, what AWS configure is doing is creating this folder on your home directory. And in this folder, it will have the config and credentials. This is where it is storing the credentials. So now when you run a CLI command, it will go into this folder to find our credentials. So that is number 2. So we are kind of like number 3 now. Number 1, we created an IAM user. We generate an access key for that IAM user. Number 3, we configure that credentials on our computer, right? So now to this IAM credentials we just configure on our computer, if we are running any AWS command, CLI command, right? This user will only be able to be creating resources in whatever account the access key was created in. So basically the access key is in this account. So that means if I go and run CLI command on my computer now, I am only going to be able to create stuff in this account based on whatever this user's policy is, right? So that's what we just did. So AWS, I ran AWS configure, AWS generated it, right? So if we go in here in the credentials, I'm going to open this, right? You guys can see it. You can see whatever I configured here is here. So the act of running AWS configure just means that AWS is creating this for you on your computer. You can come and create that .aws folder and create this default and this file yourself, but you need to make sure it's in the right format. So it's just easier to run AWS configure and let AWS handle it for you. So now this is what I'm saying. When you run AWS configure, it would always create a default profile. So if I run AWS configure again, and I'll prove it to you guys, I'll run AWS configure again. And you can see it is showing me the one that is there, like which is this one. So you can see it's not bringing up a blank one. It's showing that you already have this one there. So it means like anything I type here as my access key, and I type anything here as my secret access key, and I type my region, US East 1, and my output, right? Anything I type there would overwrite whatever was there before. So let me just close this one, right? And I open this credential again. You can see whatever I typed here is what is here. So that's what I'm saying. You can only have one default profile on your computer. And if you keep typing AWS configure, it would always override whatever the current default profile you have set up. And what I'm also saying is that when you run AWS CLI command, like AWS S3LS, this is an AWS CLI command. When you run an AWS CLI command like this, it would always use the default profile. So what this default profile means is what the name is saying. It means that anytime you are running an AWS CLI command, it would always use these default credentials. So whatever account this CLI is in, that is the account you will always be applying to if you are running AWS CLI command. So that's what brought me to where we are. What if we have account 2, account 3, account 4, right? That is why we have to now, run configure for those accounts. Is the same concept. You have to create an IAM user in those accounts. Maybe I should have showed you that. So let's just say this one account 2. So let's say this is account 1 and account 2. Let's just use 2 accounts for simplicity. This CLI command we did here, this is for account 1. So let's say now I want to create an account 2, a CLI for account 2. It might just assume me that I already logged into account 2. I generated an IAM user in that account. And I now went to that user's profile, I generate access key and secret access key. So now once I am in that account 2, this is another AWS account. I will now take that access key and secret access key. I would configure it on my computer, right? So I'm going to clear this here. You guys just take mental note of that. So I'm going to configure it on my computer. So that's why now I'm going to run AWS configure. Remember, if I run AWS configure and press enter, it would always override the default. But if I don't want to override the default, I will now put -- profile. -- profile. And I'll now give it a name. So the profile name is anything you want to call it. It's just when you are running your CLI command, something that helps you know what account. So let's say account 2, right? I can call it profile account 2. Account 2. Right? So once you type it this way, press enter, it is going to ask you for your access key ID. You put your access key ID, press enter. It's going to ask you for your access key. You put your secret access key, press enter. It's going to ask you for the region. You're going to put US East 1, whatever your region is, press enter, and output, press enter. So it has configured it. So now let's open this again. So I'm going to open these credentials again. And you can see, right? AWS configure created the default. AWS configure -- profile account 2. Whatever I call that profile is what you are seeing here. It's just a name you give it so you identify what account that belongs to. You can call it, if it's like a dev account, you can call it dev account. You understand? So profile here. So now that I've configured multiple access key and secret access key on my computer, that means that if I run AWS CLI command, let's just say AWS S3 ls, if I run my CLI command like this, it would use this credential. You know why? Because I'm running the command, just the command. It would always use the default. So, but if I run AWS, the same command, AWS S3 ls, and I now say -- profile, and I now say profile account 2. So if you run the CLI command like this, it means it will use going too far. It means it will use this credential. Does that make sense? So that is how you can configure multiple accounts on your computer, so that way you can apply to whatever account you want to apply to. Remember, this access key we are configuring here is for different accounts. The users can be in the same account, they can be in different accounts, but just understand it is how you use different access key that are on your computer. Do you guys understand? So let's say we have like 10 accounts. You can keep running AWS configure -- profile account 3. You configure the credentials on that account. So now when you want to apply something in that account, you have to run your CLI command and specify the name of the profile for that access key that you configure on your computer. And that's how it works. Do you guys understand?
Yes, Azeez. This was my question. Makes sense, man.
Okay. All right. So what we are doing now is, so what I'm saying, what we are doing is, we have, for our Terraform project, this is what brings us to the Terraform project. For our Terraform project in our AWS account, right? We already have this cloud project user we created, right? And this user, that's what we were using to, remember when we, that's how we can create our ECR repository using CLI command. It was this user's credentials we were using, right? So I'm saying that since we already have this user, we can use this same user for our cloud project. We don't need to configure, we don't need to create another user and create CLI for it. The same access key and secret access key, we can use it in our cloud project. So what I'm saying is that the way we configure this user, right? This user was configured under the default profile. I hope you guys are following. Because we just run AWS configure, we configured access key and secret. This user was configured under the default profile on our computer. But I'm saying that you can also create another profile for this user's credentials that is under a different profile. So you can have it multiple times. It's not going to hurt anything. It just means that because in our Terraform profile, in our Terraform project, I want to show you guys how to reference the profile. So that's what I'm saying. So basically what we are going to do now is we are going to create another profile here, right? So I'm going to delete this .aws thing. I'm just going to do it one more time. It's the same thing you guys have. You don't have to delete yours, but I'm just, for example's sake, I'm just showing you guys. So basically for our Terraform project, we are going to configure a profile. So it's going to be, remember, it's AWS configure -- profile, and you specify the profile name. For our project, I want you guys to call the profile Cloud Projects, or you can call it anything you want, but I'll show you guys how to reference it in your Terraform code. So Cloud Projects. So when you call that profile Cloud Projects, right? Press enter. You now enter the access key and secret access key and the region. So you enter your access key. Press enter. You enter your secret access key. Press enter. You enter your region. US East 1. Press enter. And you enter for your output you just name. So now in your credentials thing, you will have a default one there, the one you did before, and you will have a profile one there, right? But what I'm saying is that whatever the default access key and secret access key that was there, you can use the same access key and secret access key for the profile one too. You guys give me a second. Okay. So does that make sense? So that's what you guys need to do, right? And in Terraform, I'll show you guys how to reference it. But this part is very important. Like it's something you guys just have to understand, right? So when I'm done, the only reason why I'm not using the actual access key is because I don't want to expose it and I have to delete it and create it. But once you run AWS configure like this, so to even keep it simple, all I'm saying is you guys go and open your home directory on your computer, go in that .aws folder, click these credentials and click open. Once you open it in Notepad, right, you will see a default one there, because if you've completed the Docker project and the EKS project, you have to have it to even complete those projects. So you see a default profile there. I'm saying take whatever access key and secret access key you see there, copy it somewhere, and now come to your thing, run another AWS configure -- profile, call it Cloud Project, and use the same access key and secret access key. But I'm showing you guys how to configure profiles for multiple. It's the same thing, but it's like you can use the same access key, you can use multiple access key, but I'm just showing you guys how to configure multiple profiles on your computer. That's what I'm showing you guys here. But once you configure this cloud project in our Terraform code, what we are going to do next, you'll see how we will use it. But this part is very important that you guys should know. All right. Okay. So that brings us to our Terraform code, right? So in our Terraform project, the first file we are going to create is called a providers file. So before you guys even go, here in this, the project assets. So once you download it on your computer, right, unzip it. I'm going to extract all here. So once you unzip it, so I have all the, go into those asset thing. I have all the, pretty much all the files here that we are going to use for the project, right? So the first one, I want you guys to copy and paste here is the one that says providers. So you'll see it here, right here, the one that says providers. So we can take these providers, drag it and paste it in this nest app thing in your Terraform code. So you can see in this Terraform, this is where I have it. Or you can right click in there, create a file, a file. So I could also do this. It just depends on how you want to do it. So I can delete this, right? You can right click on that nest app and say new file and call it providers.tf. It's the same thing, right? So just create a file called providers.tf. So once you create that file, then you have to open this and copy whatever is here and paste it in there in your providers.tf. So you can copy whatever is here. And I didn't spell that right, but let me rename it. Providers.tf. So you can copy what is there and paste it here. So it's the same thing, right? So this is what you want to have. So there's a reason why we are doing it this way. All right. While we are also on this topic, there's also another thing I want you guys. So before we do it this way, let's do it here. So for every file we are going to use, I've already created the structure for it for you guys, and I will explain. You guys will understand it by the end of this project. But it's just like if we have to keep going back and forth to create it for each of the resources we'll create, we'll be here forever. So I've already created the structure, what we need. I'm just going to explain what each of it means, and we'll complete it together, right? So in this providers file, what this file means for Terraform is, this is how Terraform knows that you are trying to create something in AWS. Because you guys know you can use Terraform to pretty much, not just AWS, use Terraform to deploy almost every software in the cloud. So when you get Terraform, because there's so many softwares you can deploy in the cloud, Terraform just comes by default. So now when you are using Terraform, you have to tell Terraform where you are trying to deploy to. And how you tell Terraform in what cloud environment you want to deploy to is with the providers file. So you guys can see here, it is called providers.tf. So in this providers file, you will have a resource block that looks like this. Can you guys see this better, or should I increase it a little bit?
It's good.
It's good. On YouTube, is it good, or should I increase it? No, it's a little bit delayed. Anyway, so once you guys respond, I'll do it. So in this providers file, is good. Okay, cool. Thank you, Juliet. All right. I'll say increase. All right. So let me just try one more. 2+. All right. So that should be better. And I may reduce it once we start having more codes. So in this providers file, this is how you specify in what cloud environment you want to create your resources in, right? So you can see here, this syntax you guys are seeing here, this is JSON. and you guys will understand it as you go. When I started writing Terraform, honestly, you can see the logic. So I didn't learn JSON. I just started writing codes. And you can look at it and see the structure, right? It is a key value pair, meaning that JSON is like, for one bracket, for every bracket you open, there's a closed bracket, right? So, and here you can see the color code is actually matching each other. So this bracket here, this bracket was open here and it was closed there. This bracket was open here, it was closed here, and this bracket was open. So the kind of, I like how it color code this way. Right. So you don't need to really be, you don't need to worry about this, because if you want to figure this out, it is online, right? So this is in JSON, right? So here it will start with provider, and the cloud provider you want to create stuff in is AWS. So that's why we have AWS here. And here it has region, right? So the first thing in your provider, so under your provider, what you have to specify is, so for your provider, all you have to specify is, yes, I already increased the wisdom, or do you want me to increase it more? So, but in your provider, right, once you specify your cloud provider, here is the region, meaning what region do you want to create the resource in? So for our region here, in double quotes, we can type US East 1, right? Then for the profile, the reason why I was explaining that profile so much is here. Because for your profile, this is saying what profile on your computer do you want to use, meaning that what credentials did you configure for your computer? Which credentials did you configure on your computer that you want to use, right? So remember, I configured the cloud project credentials on my computer. So I'm going to say cloud projects, whatever the name is that I configured it. So that means that when you run Terraform apply, the Terraform command, right, it is going to go in your home directory, is going to review that credentials file, and whatever credential is there under cloud projects, that's the one it is going to use. And based on whatever account that CLI command is in, that's where it is going to create your resource. Are you guys following? That's how it is done. Just how you guys have the default there, you can use the default too here. So yeah, here you can say, I want the default, right? Because there's a default profile there too. You can, but no one really, at work, you know, because the credentials they will give you at work, it is temporary lived. So you're not going to be able to configure a default profile that stays there forever, right? But they will have, for every Terraform project you guys have, they will have an access key they've already configured for Terraform environment to use, right? So I'm just showing you guys the profile and how all that stuff is done. So this profile corresponds with what I asked you guys to configure here in your home directory. So remember your home directory, C drive, users, your name, AWS credentials, open, whatever profile you configured in your home directory in your .aws, that's what we are using here. And when you run Terraform apply, whatever account that access key is located in, that is where Terraform will create whatever resource we are about to create. Does that make sense? So the next thing here is a default tag. So here we have default tags.
Azeez,
Go ahead, Saber.
Okay, so with this project now, you've already,
All right.
formed the code that you put in the download thing. So like in the real world, we would have gone to the documentation, right? To get this provider code.
Yes. So we would get yes. So in the
Okay.
real world, you would have to go in the documentation to get the code yourself. But I'm still going to show you guys how to get the code yourself, right? Once we start writing our resources, I'll point it out. So today we probably won't start writing anything today. But today I want to cover all the basics of things we want to that I need to cover. Then next week we will start writing the resources. So yes, you're right. You have to go in the documentation to get it, which I'll show you guys today as well. So now I'm just still showing you guys the basic setup. Mr. Abel, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to ask, at what point do we use like a dedicated profile? I know we've been using the default and the additional, profile that's created. At what point do we use like a dedicated profile?
Oh, you mean, so the
Under the
profile,
yeah.
the profile we have there is just specifying which account we want to create our resources in.
Okay. Okay.
Right. So, the default profile I have on my computer, right, is just for convenience for me, because when I run AWS, I'm only using one account. When I run AWS command, right, I don't want to have to put -- profile because I'm lazy. You understand?
Got
So
it.
the default profile I configured there is just that when I run it AWS command, I want to do this. You understand? And I'm only using one account. So it makes it easy for me to be able to get away with that.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
So let's say I have two accounts now. I can't do that anymore. Because if I need to do something in the other account, I will have to specify the profile for that account.
Absolutely.
You
Yep.
understand? Yeah.
Thank you.
So you
Yep.
guys don't get confused about the default one. The default one is just for convenience. Meaning that this is the account I'm mostly working in. So if I'm running any AWS command, I don't want to have to specify profile. I know in this account I'm creating. And since we are using one account now, I can get away with that. But if I have like 2, 3 accounts, then it is a must. I have to specify the profile name.
Thank you.
Yeah. So here we've specified the region we want to create our project in and the profile on our computer we want to use. Under default tags here, this is where we are going to this is just a tag, right? It's good to add a default tag, meaning that for every resource we use Terraform to create, Terraform will apply these tags to those resources. It is good because when you see a resource in your AWS account, sometimes you won't know whether it's Terraform that created or someone created it manually. With this, you can go to the tags and see, okay, if you see these tags there, you know it's Terraform that created. So for these tags here, for the automation value, we can just, in double quotes, we can put Terraform. And for the project name, we can put Nest in double quote as well. Double quotes, we can put Nest. And environment, we can put dev. And this is all we need to do to create our providers file. So here you can click file and save it. So in our providers file, we have this value. So it means that when we now run AWS, when we run our Terraform command, it is going to initialize with AWS. It is going to go, it knows this is the region you want to create your resources. It is going to go here on your computer. It is going to go to your computer's home directory and get these credentials. And this is pretty much how you authenticate Terraform to do stuff in your AWS account. Are you guys seeing the connection, right? The access key is configured here under this profile on our computer. So Terraform will go there to get it. And that's how it knows what it is creating in your AWS account. So the next thing I want to cover is, so I'm kind of like showing you guys everything as we go. We have not started yet. So understand provider file is how you authenticate Terraform with your AWS account. So that's what all this file is doing. So within this file, I want to now introduce something to you guys. The thing I want to introduce in Terraform is called variables. So variables. Variables. And please add this in your notes of things you need to know. So this is one of them, variables. What is a variable? So you can see here in our providers file, I specify the region here. I specify profile here. And I specify pretty much all this value. What I've done here is I hard coded these values in my code. So what happens when some of these values, I'm going to be typing them over and over and over and over and over again. For example, I can tell you for the project name, environment, and region, I'm going to be referencing these values over and over and over and over again. So let's say I have another file that we are going to create, right? And in that file, there's also region in that file. So in that file, I have to type US East 1 again in that file. So imagine if you have 10 files where you are referencing your region and you type US East 1 in 10 files. So let's say in one of those things, you accidentally type US East 1 wrong, or your region change. Then you have to go in 10 files and go and change US East 1 in all 10 files, right? So that is the disadvantage of hard coding stuff in your code. So you don't want to hard code stuff in your code, in your thing like this. For values that you are going to be referencing throughout your code. So I can tell you guys that the region, project, and environment, we are going to be referencing them throughout. As we write the code for our VPC EC2, we'll be referencing it. So we don't want to hard code it like this. Instead, we want to use a variable. So that is where the variables file comes from. So here in your next app, let's create another file. So you can right click here and click new file. Give the file a name, call it variables.tf. So make sure the extension you give it is .tf. So remember the first one I create is providers.tf. The second one is variables.tf. So once you type variables.tf, press enter. Right. And in that asset, project asset that I gave you guys, there's a variables file there. So if you open this file, it'll show you all the variables we are going to use for this project. For now, I only want you to copy the variables here. So copy the one from environments, just under environment. So it will be line 1 to line 20. So environment, you see, I kind of categorize them. So under environment, you see the variables there. So the next category is VPC. When we do VPC, we'll copy that one. But for what we are doing now, just copy the one for environments. So it'll be line 1 to line 20. Copy. Once you copy, come to your variables file and paste it here. So in this variables file, these variables, what this means is this is one variable, this is another variable, this is another variable, and this is another variable. So this variable, you create them yourself, you make them up yourself, and I'll put them side by side here so you can see. So you can see this is my providers file and this is the variables file. So here I have a region. But I'm saying that for this region, I don't want to hard code the value here. So instead, I want to create a variable for it. So that's why I created a variable here. And To create a variable in Terraform, all you do is you type variable. You always have to start with variable, the same way you see it here. Then you give the variable a name. Whatever name you give the variable is up to you. It just means that when you are looking at it, you know that, okay, I call this variable EC2. EC2 instance instance type, AMI. So it's a descriptive name that when you look at it, it makes sense to you, what the variable is for. So since the variable is for region, right? So that's why I just call it region. Then in the variables next thing, I added this option. You can see this option here is description, meaning that it's just a description for the variable. And I also add type. The type, we are going to see it as we go, but that's what this means. And also in this variable, you can, in Terraform does allow you to have a variable that looks like this. So for example, I can have a Terraform code that looks like this. This is my this auto thing that's going to do this. So you can also have a variable that looks like this. So when you create variables in Terraform, you don't have to put anything in it. Terraform will still let you do this. But I did it this way. I did it this way to give it more information. So here you get the variable name, the description for the variable, and the type of value that variable will accept. That is what this type means. This type means the type of value it will accept. So you can see here, and we'll see. So for the description, I left the description there because I don't want to keep typing it over and over. So just know we are creating 4 variables. 1, 2, 3, 4. The first variable, we call it region. And that for the description, it is AWS region. And the type, we are going to give it a string. So type it like this, string. String, all string means is string is this. So something that is in a quote, string means it is one word, right? It is just a word, string. So anything you see, anytime you see double quotes like that and something in it, this is a string. And you'll learn all these things as you go. You guys don't be intimidated. It's very simple. You'll learn it as you go. So that's all this means. So now this is one variable here, and we can complete all our variables, then we'll come here to update it. So the second variable is project name. Again, we give it a description, project name, and the type is also a string because it is one word, right? The next variable is environment. So we have the syntax, variable, environment, the description, environment, what environment, and the type of value it would accept, right? It's also a string. And for the fourth variable is project directory, right? And for that, for the project directory, we give it a name, the description, project directory name, and the type is also a string. So basically, you guys understand what I mean, right? String is one word. When you put this in your variable, it's like you are telling Terraform that when someone is typing the actual value of this variable, what they should be typing is a string. So what you guys are seeing here, these are strings. It's just something that is wrapped in a quote. That is a string. So now that we've created the variable, right, we can now update this here. So instead of typing, and another thing I want to mention, is we'll cover it, or we'll get there. We'll get there. So let me not mention it now. But when you create this variable, there's other things you can.
Azeez,
Yes, sir.
Please, where you said variable directory, you said description is project directory. So that simply means, for instance, we are working with the Terraform now. We can use Terraform instead, right?
For the project directory?
Yeah.
Yeah, so project directory, what this project directory is talking about is where your Terraform code is located. Here. We'll cover it. So it's just saying where project directory means where your Terraform code is located.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. So it wouldn't be Terraform, it would be Nest app, because that's where my code
Nest
is.
app. Okay, the directory.
Yeah, the directory of my project is listed.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
So there's something I'm going to I would mention it briefly, right? But we will talk about it some more as we go. And as we write more code, all these things will make sense to you guys. So don't be intimidated now if this is your first time working with Terraform. So when you have a variable like this, right, there's one more value you can add here, and that is called default. So when you have default will be the value, right? Default will be the value. The value will be default will be the value. So for example, since I'm creating this variable for region, my default value will be region, will be US East 1, right? So whatever the value for my region is, that's the default. Meaning that when Terraform is applying this variable, it will use this default one, US East 1, as the actual value. And in the case for these other ones where we don't have a default there, when you go and run Terraform apply, Terraform will now ask you for this variable you've created here that you call project name, what is the project name? So we'll cover all these things as we go, but I'm just pointing some stuff out here, right? So there's a reason why we don't have the default here, because we want to keep our project dynamic. We want to keep our code as dynamic as we want. We don't want to keep hard coding anything for variables, for things that we are going to be referencing over and over again, and they can change. We don't want to just put them somewhere. That's the only reason why we don't have the default here. So, but just keep that in mind. So now that you've created your variable, right? Here for the region, instead of now hard coding US East 1 there, we will reference the variable we created for it. So for the region, we will now say region equals var. This is how you type it, var dot the name of the variable. The name of the variable is region. So you can copy the region here and paste it here. And that's all you need to do. For the profile, we don't need to create a variable for that because the profile is always constant. It's the same profile. So under the default tags, automation, Terraform is constant, right? But for project, the name of the project, that's what we call project name here. So remember, you copy the name of that variable. And here, you remove whatever you had coded there, and you type var dot the project name, paste the project name there, which is the name of the variable. Then for the environment, the same thing. We created a variable for it here. The name of that variable is environment. So we'll copy, what did I do? The name of that variable is environment. So we'll copy it. And here, we are going to type var dot the name of the variable, which is environment. So now save all of it. You can click save all, and we are pretty much done with that. So if you guys are wondering how that thing is kind of annoying when I'm teaching, but I mean, it is important for Terraform. So if you guys are wondering how I'm getting that autocomplete and all that stuff, and even in case if your Terraform code is not color coded like this, all you have to do is in your Visual Studio Code, come to extensions here. See extensions here, select this here. And here under extension, just type Terraform. Terraform. Once you type Terraform, you will see different extensions for Terraform. The one I'm using is this one by HashiCorp, which is the same company that makes Terraform. So here, HashiCorp. So if you click it here, you will see this button here that says install. When you install it, it would pretty much now pick up the Terraform format for you. So do you guys understand what variable is? Let's talk about it before we move on. Do you guys understand it?
Yeah.
Cool. On YouTube, do you guys understand it? Did I make it clear, or is there something I need to explain? So variables is something you make up yourself. And it is based on things and it's something that develop as you continue writing your code, right? It's not something you know beforehand, right? It is something that develop as you go. Okay, thank you, Jack. It is something that develop as you go. It's just, and it's for things that when you look at your code, you say, okay, for this thing, for this region, I'm going to be referencing it 10 times in my code. I don't want to type USS1 every single time. So I'll create one variable for USS1. So anytime I need to reference my region, I'll just reference that variable. So that's all variable is for. And you make it up, you create the name. You are in full control of that variable, what you call it. The only thing is when you are referencing it in your code, just make sure you reference the right thing. All right. So the next thing we are going to cover is we've already configured our AWS provider, which is how we are going to authenticate to AWS. We've covered variable. The next file we are going to create is called Backend. And the Backend file is the file that in that file is where we will specify which S3 bucket we want to use to store our state file and the DynamoDB table. So that is the backend file. So everything we are doing now is still set up. When we start writing the code, I'll show you guys the documentation, go into the documentation, picking things, but now it's still kind of like we are still in the setup phase. So here in your Nest app, we can, we don't have to reference it here. Okay. So in your Nest app here, we are going to right click on it again. Right click on it on your Nest app. So make sure you are right clicking on your Nest app, not the Terraform one, your Nest app. Right click on it and select new file. Then give the file a name. You are going to call that file backend. Backend. .tf. Make sure you always put the extension. Backend.tf and press enter. Guys, I'm such a terrible speller, man. I don't know when I became that, but and sometimes just like when I'm typing fast, so I have to always check. So backend.tf, that is the name of the file, right? So in the reference file that I gave you guys, you see a backend.tf there. So you can either create the file or you can drag the file into this next tab. It's the same thing. So in the reference file that I gave you guys, open that backend.tf file, copy what is there, the code, and in your own backend.tf file, you just create and paste it there. Right. So this backend file, remember I said this backend file is how you tell Terraform what bucket you want to use for your state file and the DynamoDB table you want to use. So here in this backend file, it starts, and how the structure is for these things, you don't have to know how to do this. This is a one-time thing. For any project you are doing, this is how backend is created, and And for the provider, how I showed you, this is how provider is created. There's really nothing to know here. You can look it up online, how to set up a provider, how to set up backend. This is how they are done. So it's like a one-time thing. Once you, for project to project, you can copy this file into your other project and put the right information in it. So this is how they are done. So the syntax for this is Terraform, right? Then is backend. So for the backend, you can see it is saying S3, meaning that that's what you are using to store your S3. So if you are using any other type of software, then you have to put this software here. But for Terraform, for one of the things you can use to store your Terraform state is S3. So that's why we have S3 here. So you can see here under bucket name, we would specify the name of our bucket, right? So under bucket name, I want you'll come into your AWS account and you would go to S3 here. S3. And we'll look for that bucket we created. We called it whatever our name, remote state, Terraform remote state. So this is the bucket. I'll copy the name here. And I'm going to come to my Terraform code. And for the bucket, I'm going to remove that quote. And in double quotes, remember it is a string, and paste it there. So in double quote, I'm going to paste it. So let me close this variable for now so you can see. So it is a string. So remember, it has to be in double quotes. This is what we call a string. And you will learn other value type as we go. So this is called a string. And the next thing is the key. So this key is very important. And this key is how you can use the same bucket for multiple projects, right? So for the key for this project, let's call it the name of the project. So we can call it nest. So again, before you call it that, let's make sure we have it in quotes. So it will be quotes. So we call it nest, which is the name of the project. Then you can put a /, call it EC2. And I'll explain what this is, /, and call it Terraform.tf state, like that. So what this means is that, remember for this Nest app, we created it in ECS, we created it in EC2, and we created it in EKS, right? So what this means is that when Terraform is storing your state file, and I'll show you guys once we apply, when Terraform is storing your state file, in this S3 bucket, it is going to create a folder called Nest. And in that Nest folder, it is going to create a folder called EC2. And in that EC2 folder, it is going to store your state file. So I'm showing you guys to keep the structure. So now let's say you are now creating the ECS project in Terraform, right? You can use the same bucket name. You can use the same folder here, but then this is going to be ECS. So this one is for the EC2. So when you do ECS, it will be ECS. So that means it's just a way of you creating multiple folders in the same bucket to store your state file for different projects, right? So this key just allows you to create for folder. So this Nest is a folder. This EC2 is a folder. And in that folder is where it is going to store your state file. So that's what this key means. Then for the region, right? Remember, we created a variable. And put this here. Remember, we created a variable for the region. So for the region, we are just going to type var.region, the name of the variable, right? So region is var dot. The region you are seeing here is not this. It is the name you gave the variable that you are using for region. I mean, you can call it the same name, but please understand that what we put here after the var is not this. It is the name of the variable itself, region, right? And for the DynamoDB table, in double quotes, right? Remember, we called the DynamoDB table Terraform state log. So if we come to our AWS console and type DynamoDB and go to the DynamoDB service and tables. So you see the table here, it's called Terraform state log. That is what we are going to enter here, Terraform state log. So that is it's just because the way I copied it. In case if it is not doing it here, just make sure you enter it properly. So it's like this. So remember, it's double quotes, the name of the table, Terraform state log. And again here, the profile is the same profile we created here, right? We call it is cloud project, the same one we configured on our computer, right? So that same profile is what you're going to use here, cloud projects. Again, what profile on our computer do we want to use? And this backend, when we run it, I'll see if it fails, but we may have to hard code it because sometimes the backend don't always expect like a variable here because and I think why is because because it needs to, before it applies anything, it needs to go and pull your state file, right? So that's why. So I think for this backend, right, let's not use the variable for it. That's the only time you're not going to need it. This backend file, everything here needs to be kind of like hard coded. So here, let's just call it what it is, US East 1. US East 1. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, when I did the project and I was referencing the variable, it will fail. So for the backend, this is what it is, right? So this is just, we are still doing setup. This is what we need to store our state file in S3 and lock our state with DynamoDB. And the provider file is what we need for Terraform to authenticate to AWS. And the variables is for values that we don't want to hard code in our code. So that's the variable. And that's what we are putting here. Do you guys have any question for now?
Hey Aziz, I want to
Yeah.
ask about as we have written some like the profile, and this is somewhat as hard coded because we have written in the form of string. So can we add or update our a variable file to get the profile name from the variable file? Because maybe it would be needed in most of the files.
Oh yeah, you mean to store our profile name as a variable as well?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, you can do that. If you want to store your profile name as a variable, you can do that.
We
But
can.
in
Okay.
our project, this is the only time we're going to need it. That's the only two times it's going to show up is in these two files. So that's why I didn't bother creating it as a variable.
Okay, one more question I do have.
Mhm.
It's somewhat how would we came to know that these are the things that would be repeatedly needed so we can actually make a variable file?
Yeah. So how you know the things that are going to be repeated are things like, I mean, maybe it's from experiences, like because I know I'm going to be referencing things like the region and stuff like that.
Yes,
But really how you know is as you are developing your script, you will see them. Then initially you may have hard code something, then you see it showing up in multiple places, then you say, okay, you know what? I need to go create a variable for this, then you go create your variable for it. But it develops as you go. You don't know everything about your script all in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
All
you
right.
understand?
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Thank
no
you.
problem. Yeah. Yeah, so your variable list would update as you go. It's not something you just know often, and you shouldn't put any pressure on yourself to know all the things that is going to be variable. You're going to know them as you go.
So Azeez,
mhm.
so let's say in a work environment now, after creating this the Terraform state file, the backend,
Mhm.
you added you added the US East one in the inside the file. Let's say we want to at the at later end, maybe they ask us to deploy it in another environment. Since you did not variabilize it, that means we can change it to the environment, let's say US West or Europe, whatever.
Yeah. So, and this is, how do I explain it? So if you need to create another environment, right? This, if you need to create another environment, like deploy in a different region, then you have an entire Terraform project folder with all the Terraform code for that environment again. So whatever we are doing here, you will have to create another one with that environment, put the values for that environment, and that's how you apply to that environment.
Okay.
Because since you are applying to, so if you're applying to, if I use this same code to apply to a different region and I go change the region, you know what Terraform is going to do? Terraform is going to delete the ones it created in the one region and now go and create it in another region. Because remember, it is referencing the state file. So you are telling it for this state file, in this state file, I don't want this region anymore. I want that other region. So it's going to delete everything in this region and go and reapply it in a different region. So if you want to keep the current region you are in and you still want to create it in a different region, then that's like another entire, you have to create this next tab, put all this configuration file there and change the values there, then apply that one. Because then that one will be having its own state file. This will be having its own state file. The other one will be having its own state file. And it's kind of like, I'm glad you asked that question because that is one of the reasons why we use Terraform module, which is something we'll cover after this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. All right. Do you guys understand everything we just did here now? So let me configure my credentials on my computer, then we'll move on. But in the meantime, if you guys have any question, so on YouTube, do you guys have any question? Is everything clear? Please let me know. So let me configure my credentials, then I'll show you guys where we'll move on to next. So today we're just going to cover the basics of these things. Then we would now, next week, we'll start writing our VPC and so on.
Yeah, that's what I was even going to confirm. So those variables, especially, is going to be important when it comes down to creating your VPC subnet environments. Those are going to be interchangeable things that you typically have to change once in a while, right? So you just always refer to that as variables, right?
Yes, exactly. So values that will continue showing up in our code over and over and over again, that we don't want to keep typing it, because the thing about typing it is you can type it, but let's say I have 10 region shows up in 10 places and I type US East 1 in all 10 places. Let's say now your region changed. That means you have to go in 10 files and go change it. What if it's 50 files? Then you have to go in 50 files and change it, because your Terraform code can get big. So that's one of the reasons why we use variable, that you don't have to keep typing hard code in them. You can just use one variable to reference them. So yeah, so for anything in this project that we For anything that we use variables for, it's because they will be showing up in our script multiple times. Just give me a second. I'm just trying to configure my. Yeah, I think I need to generate another. I'm just going to pause my screen sharing for now, so I can generate my access key. Just give me a second. But I'm here if you guys have any questions, so please, this is the time to ask me. And you guys don't hesitate to ask me any questions you want. Like, I would rather spend more time on answering any questions you guys have now than the only thing is, like, if you guys complete an assignment and things like, let's say you tell me for this project you already understand what you're doing and we already move on to the next project and you're asking me the questions for that I feel you should know for the previous project. Because and I do apologize, but I'm trying to hold you guys accountable as best as I can. You understand? So that's why I am making it this way. Because if I continue giving you guys the code, I know you guys will just accept it and use it, but I don't want to be of disservice to you guys by always giving you guys everything without at least holding you accountable on some level. So that's the only reason why I'm making it that way. So I do apologize beforehand, but yeah, so please feel free to ask me any questions you want about this. Just a second, I'm just configuring mine. List one. Object. Yeah. This is the tab center of this center. US list one. Okay. And I am done. Okay. All right. So for the things we've configured so far, right? So if you want to initialize Terraform, someone have a question? If you want to initialize Terraform, right, you would come into the thing about it is, oh, there's one more thing we need, right? So if you want to initialize Terraform, right, remember for our variables, we've specified them here, but there's nowhere in our code where we've actually specified the values for them. So to specify the values for this variable, you will have another file. So that file, we are going to create it in our Nest app. So right click here and click new file. And you can call that file Terraform .tf vars. Like this. So it's terraform.tf vars. And you also see an example of it in the reference file. So in our reference file, Let me close some of this File Explorer. In our reference file, there's a Terraform file here. You see terraform.tfs. If you open it with Visual Studio Code, right, this is the file, right? So pretty much this file, in this file is where you specify the values for your variables. Remember, we created a variable. We don't have any values for them yet, right? We are referencing it in our code, but we don't have any, we haven't specified the variable, right? So this TFVAS is what you use to specify the values of your variables, right? So you can copy, just for now, copy everything under the environment section, just for now, just the environment section. So copy it, and in your TFVAS file here, paste it there. So basically, let me show you. So remember, I said it is what you use to specify the values of your variable. So you can see here, for our variable region, that's what we have here. Name region equals to, here is where we actually specify the actual values. So here we'll call it US East 1, right? Project name, this is where we specify the project name. We call it Nest. Environment, this is where we specify the environment. This is where we specify the environment. We'll call it dev. And project directory, the project directory here is just referring to where you are storing your project here, right? So project directory here is Nest app. So just call it Nest app. Remember, it should be in the quote, make it a string, Nest app. And that's all we need to do. So here, we're going to save. So the 4 things we need to cover: understand what a provider's file is, right? Is how you authenticate with AWS. Backend file is how you set your bucket where you are going to store your state file. Variables is for anything you don't want to hard code in your code. And TFVAS file is where you actually put the values of the variable. So, Mr. Larry, when you were asking me, right? So if I wanted to do any other project now, right? So for example, I'm giving you guys a cheat code.
Okay.
Even though I don't recommend it. I think you guys should, if this is the first time you guys are working on Terraform, I think you should always work, you should work from my reference file and try to fill the value as you go. So that way you understand it. So let's say I want to work on another project right now, right? All I'll do is copy this application, Nest application code, paste it somewhere with all the code in it, right? Because I didn't hard code anything in there, I can just, in my TFVAS file, I can just come in there and change whatever I need to change in there. And that's how I can use it for multiple projects. Does that make sense? You understand what I mean?
Yes.
So I can copy this whole thing, this Nest app with all this code in it, paste it here, right? Then in the TFVAS file, let's say I want to now deploy to US East 2, and I'll type US East 2 here. If the project is shopwise, I'll type so, but all the other code will remain the same. But we'll cover that as we go. So, but understand the TFVAS file is where you add the actual value. So once we have the basics now, right? We just want to authenticate with Terraform. So here we are going to right click. So anywhere in your code, I want you to right click on it and click open in integrated terminal. First, let me close this. So I'm going to right click here on any of my codes and I'll click open in integrated terminal. Then once you open the terminal, to run your Terraform code, you must be in the same directory that all your Terraform files are in. That's the only time it would work. You must be in the same directory. So once you're in that directory, and how you can open into that directory is if you right click on any file in that directory, and you click open in integrated terminal, it will open it to your to the same directory. So the first command you are going to type is Terraform init. That's how you initialize Terraform. So you type Terraform init. I don't know why I'm going blank today. So type Terraform init and press enter. And you can see it is initializing Terraform. So you can see it says it successfully configured my backend, right? And it's pretty much initialized my backend. It went into my profile on my computer, grabbed the access key for the profile that I'm using. And that's how it was able to authenticate into AWS, configured my backend and stuff like that, right? So if we have another code here now, and if we type Terraform, so the first command is Terraform init, so that's how you initialize. But I think if we go in our backend file, we are still not going to see anything there because we haven't applied anything yet. So let's go into S3, right? And the name of the bucket is AWS Terraform remote state. So there's nothing showing in here. Once it has initialized and set this up, but once we start applying stuff, then I'll come back here and you guys remind me, we'll come back here and I'll show you guys the state file. So, but when you run your Terraform init, you want to get this. So if you get this, it means you configured everything correctly, no problem. And you are ready to start writing your Terraform code. So I'm not going to pretty much overload you guys with a lot of stuff today. There's one more thing. There's one more thing we need to cover. There's one more thing we need to cover. Then after that, then after that, we will move on to, we'll be done for the day. Then the next week, we'll start with our VPC. All right. There's one more thing we need to cover. Then after that, we'll start our VPC. Well, so far, do you guys have any question?
Great. Just to confirm, like I said, since I was relating to like I know we're gonna do this the next session, like where we'd be able to put in VPCs and subnets and all of that. Just to confirm, Terraform TF-vars, it's a place where you store multiple variables? Because that was one of my questions earlier. Like, is it best practice to have, like, will we need multiple variable files to store, certain projects, if that makes any sense?
No, you only have one variables file. All your variables go in one file.
All right. So depending on what you'll just continue to refer to that same variable file whenever you need to make changes.
Yes. So as I continue the project, as I develop more variables, I'll come into this variables file and keep adding them under here. Right. So that's for every project, you're only going to have one variable files. You're not going to have multiple variable files. You're only going to have one.
Understood. Thank you.
And the TF-vars file is where the actual values of those variables is stored. So you can see region, project name, environment, project directory. The actual values of those variables, we store it in the TF-vars file. All right.
Like a good example would be like now we want to do another project. Like now, if you go back, like how you created the Terraform TF variable file and wanted to create another, we're working on the staging environment. And now we wanted to do the same thing in, let me say, we're working on the development environment. Now we want to go to a staging environment. The only thing we'll only go and change now is go to this Terraform TF file and now change this environment from dev to staging.
Yeah.
And everything is automatic. That's your automation. You don't have to recreate the wheel again.
Exactly. And it even gets better when you start using Terraform Magic, because so that's the point of it. That's one of the benefits of not hard coding stuff, because now when you need to create multiple environments, right? You don't have to go and write all these codes again. So if I need to, just like what Victor said, if I need to create another environment, right? and deploy this in another environment, all I need to do is just copy this. Or when you guys do your assignment, I'm not saying do that. If you don't know what you are doing yet, don't do that. But the cheat code for completing your assignment is copy this over and just update your TFVAS file and you'll be done in like literally less than 5 minutes. But I'm not saying do that. You guys should use my reference file and fill the values in so that way you understand how to place them. Then once, if you know what you are doing, you can do it this way. All right, the last thing we're going to cover for today, which is what Mr. Wright was saying, is the actual code, writing this thing, how do we get it, right? And I want to show you guys how simple Terraform is. We are done with this. How do I want to do this? So this is going to be an example. We'll start next week. We'll start the VPC next week, but this is what we are going to do this week. So this is how you get these things, right? So for example, next week when we start, we're going to start creating our VPC, right? So let's start here. In the management console, this is exactly how I learned Terraform. In the management console, we'll go to VPC, right? And we are going to create VPC here. And VPC only, right? So you can see in this VPC only, when you come to the management console and you are trying to create a VPC, right? You here, you have to enter a name for the VPC, the CIDR block range you want to use, if you want to use an IPv6, and the type of tenancy, right? The same. So basically, if you want to create any resource in AWS, this is the reason why I started you guys deploying in the management console to start. This is the reason. You can't go and start creating stuff with Terraform if you don't know what you are doing in the management console. So you need to understand what you are doing in the management console. So basically, if you want to use Terraform to create a VPC, the same thing you see here is the same thing you will do in Terraform. And let me show you. So now if you want to create a VPC with Terraform, right? Here in your project folder here, we are going to create a file. We call it new file, right? And we can call it VPC, vpc.tf. So the name of the file can be anything you call it. You can call it anything, but we always make it as descriptive as the service we are using it to create. So since it's VPC, we are going to create with this file, so call it vpc.tf. So once you create the file, right, the next thing you are going to do is just go on Google. This is how I always do it. Terraform has a documentation which I linked for you guys here. But I don't always use the documentation that way because I always feel like since there's so much resources, it's always hard for me to filter through it. So I always just go on Google. The resource I'm trying to create is VPC. So I'm just going to type Terraform. Create VPC. You can call it to be specific. To be specific, just say Terraform AWS create VPC. So once you type that and press enter, the Terraform documentation is so search friendly that most likely it is going to be the first one that comes up, and you can see it here. You can see this AWS_VPC. So you select that documentation and it brings you here. So for everything you are going to be creating with Terraform, the documentation is there. And one thing I'm going to tell you guys, the first time I did Terraform to complete this project, it took me maybe 3-4 weeks because I was going into the documentation, finding the things that I need, and I was pasting it back and forth until I made sure I understand what I'm doing, right? You guys don't try to do everything. I feel like don't be one of those people that want to be a cloud engineer, but you don't want to reference documentation. You just want to deploy stuff. It doesn't work that way. You have to be able to take your time, reference the documentation, and understand what's going on. And this will only happen the first time you are working on Terraform. After you've worked on it so many times, you don't really need to reference the document. You only reference documentation if there's specific things you are looking for. But in the beginning, you must. So you can see here, this is documentation to create VPC. And here, Terraform is giving you the basic syntax. So here it is saying that if you want to create a VPC, with tags, right here, use this syntax. If you want to create a VPC with this CIDR from AWS IPAM, use this, right? So it is giving you a simple syntax. So anytime you are creating any resource in Terraform, right, you type that resource here in the documentation, you come to the documentation. I want you to start with the basic usage. So copy whatever they have in the basic usage, right? Then come to your Terraform code, paste it here, right? And this part is very important. So these are the things you guys need to understand about the Terraform syntax, right? The syntax is resource, right? You always start with resource. Then the next one is the resource type. So you start with resource type. The resource type is the type of resource you are trying to create. For every resource that there is in AWS, they will have their own unique resource type. This one is given to you by default, so you can't change that one. It is always the same thing. So for example, we are trying to create a VPC. This is the resource type to create a VPC. It will always be AWS_VPC. If we are trying to create an EC2, it will have its own resource type. S3 will have its own resource type. This you can't change. It is given to you automatically. This is how Terraform knows you are trying to create a VPC. The resource type is AWS_VPC. So you guys write that down, resource type. Understand what a resource type is. Then after your resource type, this here is a reference name. And a reference name is a name you make up. So it just means that in this Terraform code, I'm trying to create a VPC. And so for this resource block, I can give it a name. That's what you see here. This reference name, you can make it up. What I usually like to do is, if the resource type I'm creating is VPC, for the reference name, I'll call it VPC2. Or I can say dev VPC, or I'll call it VPC. I will just call it there. But don't say AWS_VPC because that is designated for the resource type. So for the reference name, you can make it up. Call it anything you want, right? So remember, we have resource type, we have reference name. Write those two things down. It's very important because everything else we are going to do to create all our resources is based on this. So once you have your resource type, reference name, all these things you are seeing here, these are called arguments. These are called arguments. And these are based on what you see in the management console. So let me dock this side by side so you guys can see. So let me show you this. So you can see here in the management console, we want to create a VPC, right? And when you are creating a VPC in the management console, one of the things you have to enter is name. And you can see the name is also a tag. So when you are creating your VPC, the name is also the tag. That is equivalent to this. So you can see here, you have to enter your name. So basically what I'm saying is when you are creating VPC or any resource with Terraform, go into the management console, create that resource. Whatever setting you were entering there, you have to do the same thing in Terraform. So here, since we enter our tags, We enter the name for our tags here. Let's say we call it nest. We have to do the same thing here in our VPC, in our Terraform code, nest. Right? So we scroll down here. IPv4 CIDR block is there. We really didn't have to do anything here, right? But then under here, IPv4 CIDR block, we entered our CIDR block, right? So let's say we enter 10.0.0.0/24, right? The same thing we entered here, that's what you are saying here, CIDR block, right? Under IPv6, we didn't do anything here because the default is there. And here under tenancy, it is default. It is the same thing you are seeing here, tenancy, tenancy. And those are all the things we did to create the VPC, and we click create VPC. And that is how you create a VPC. It is that simple. It is that simple. So basically, when you are using Terraform to create any resource, whatever settings you were typing stuff in or you were picking when you were creating that resource, all I'm saying is just come into your Terraform to find the argument for those settings, and you put the argument here. So you can see here, if I point these things out to you, you're creating a VPC here. It is equivalent to this resource type. Then you give it a name. It is equivalent to this. Then after you give it a name, you give it a CIDR block. It is equivalent to this. And after you give it a CIDR block, you give it a tenancy. It is equivalent to this. It is that simple. Honestly, there's nothing hard about it. Unless if you just don't want to do the work and you're trying to take shortcut, it is really that simple. And the first time I was working on Terraform, I told you guys it took me 3 to 4 weeks. And so I just did it one at a time, one resource at a time. Right? So it is that simple. So what happens is that another thing I want to cover is like what happens is that when you go and reference the documentation, right? Terraform don't know what type of setting you want in your VPC. So Terraform is just giving you the basic to create a VPC, which in this case, that basics is enough. So let's say there's any other setting that you are picking while you are creating the resource that Terraform does not have here, right? If you come to that same VPC resource here, there is an argument section. So you see here where it says argument, if you click arguments, these are all the different arguments that you can add to the VPC. You understand? So basically, the settings you are seeing here, these are all the different settings you can add to the VPC. So another thing I want to point out here is that any argument that you see that it says optional, that means you don't have to add it. It will use whatever the default your Terraform is. Since we already set our region to in our Terraform code, it will use whatever the default is. So that's why you don't see us put the region here. Because if you did that, it won't be wrong, but you are just kind of like overdoing it. So anything you see optional under the arguments, it means you don't have to add. See, you can see a lot of these things are optional. That's why we don't have to add them. It means that when you run Terraform, Terraform is not going to complain about it. It is not going to fail. So if you scroll down here, anything you see that says required, sometimes it will have required there. I'm trying to see if there's CIDR block. Let's look for CIDR block. Right. So it's saying this is optional to mean that it's not going to fail. It's probably going to use whatever the default is. But when we get to one where there's a required one, I'll show you. Right. So So you can see these arguments that are listed here, they come from this section of the documentation. That's what I'm trying to say. So for any resource we are creating, the arguments that will be listed under those resources, if you go to that resource documentation, you will see them there and you can read what they are doing, right? So you can see here, this CIDR block, you can see it here. If we go to instance tenancy, you can see it is here. And tags, if we go to T, I think these are in alphabetical order. If we go to T, tags, you can see it is here. So nothing, the documentation really gives you everything you need to know. The documentation gives you everything you need to know. So you don't need to, really do anything on your own. So with Terraform, again, you are not learning how to code. That's why honestly, I really don't call Terraform coding. It's more of like scripting, because you are not writing anything new. You are just using the documentation. Terraform is more of logic. You are connecting things together, right? So that's how it works. So does that make sense? So if you guys now look in, this is the foundation to everything we are going to do here. So I'm going to open a random code here. Just let's say I open RDS. So let's say you guys now open my RDS file and you are saying, where did I get all this argument from? Remember, it came from the Terraform documentation. If you want to see the documentation, copy. You can even do it as easy as this. Copy this resource type. If you copy this resource type, paste it in Google, press enter, it will give you the documentation. It will be the first one at the top. Click it, right? You can see here, basic usage, right? Terraform will give you the basic usage. So, but Terraform don't know what type of settings you want in your RDS. So whatever they have on that basic, that will be basic to create RDS. But then you have to now add your own extra argument, or if they have something there you don't want, you can remove it, right? So that's why you see this here. And now, if you now go under the argument reference, any argument that are listed here, you will see them here. So you can see engine. If we go to, these are in alphabetical order, by the way. If we go to E, you'll see engine there. You can see engine version. You can see engine here. Engine version. Engine version. You can see it here. Engine version. Multi-AZ. If I go to M, you will see it there. So all the stuff you are going to be seeing in my own reference file that I'm giving you, they are all in the Terraform documentation. And how you get to the Terraform documentation is if you copy the resource type and reference name and paste it there. If let's say you don't know what the resource type and reference name is, you can type it in Google, Terraform AWS create RDS. It will still point you to the same documentation, right? So that is how we got this argument. So you guys, and this argument will also be based on if I go and create RDS in the management console, whatever setting I was picking at the time during the creation of that RDS, I just go in Terraform and go look for their argument equivalent. Does that make sense, guys? So that's really how this is the foundation. So there's one more thing that I need to mention to you guys, and we'll be done for the day. And I can take questions, any questions you guys have. So in the documentation, the last thing I want to point out is the attributes. So remember we talked about argument. So the last thing I want you guys to add into your notes for today is attributes. Attributes are like things like when you create an EC2 instance, for example, the EC2 instance will now have an ID. The EC2 instance will have an ARN or even a VPC. Any resource you create in AWS, your VPC will have an ID, it will have an ARN or whatever it has, right? Those are called attributes. So this means that when you use this resource to create a VPC, that VPC will have all these attributes. It would have an ARN, it would have an ID, it would have tenancy, it would have this DHCP, it would have enabled DNS support. It would pretty much have all these attributes. And you know what these attributes are good for? They are good for, and you'll see them as we start building our resource next week. They are good for example, if I open the VPC file, because I already did it in the VPC file, so let me open the VPC file, show you something. So in this VPC file, this is the internet. This is the resource creating the internet gateway. I'll copy it for now. And I just want to show you guys something. And I'll paste it here. So this is the resource creating internet gateway. Remember the creation steps when we were creating our VPC in the management console. It's the same steps you will follow here in Terraform, right? So we created our VPC, then we created our internet gateway. So imagine, so once I say I create my VPC, then I go and create an internet gateway. You know, when you click create internet gateway here, you see name tags, right? That's what you are seeing here, tag, right? Then once you create your internet gateway, you have to attach your internet gateway to a VPC. In Terraform, they are giving you everything in one step. So here, first we have to create the internet gateway. Then after we create it, we'll go and attach it to a VPC. Here in Terraform, they already is giving you the name, where you add the name for the internet gateway, right? And this VPC ID is the ID of the VPC you want to attach it to. You understand? So we created the VPC up here, and we are creating an internet gateway here, right? We want to attach this internet gateway to this VPC. So, and the argument for it is saying the ID of the VPC. So how do you reference the ID of this VPC? You reference it by entering it like this. You enter the resource type, reference name, copy those two, paste it here. This is the same thing for every resource you will be creating, the same concept. So it will be the resource type dot the reference name dot the attribute from this VPC. Remember, I was telling you guys that when you create the VPC, am I on the VPC here? Yes. When you create the VPC, it will have attributes. The attributes it will have is ARN, ID, instance tenancy. So remember, to connect the internet gateway to the VPC, what it is looking for is the ID. So here, once you look at the attributes under the VPC, there's an ID there. So that's .id. It's really that simple, honestly. Because the things you are trying to create will be descriptive. Then here is saying give it a name. For the tag name, you can call it dev IGW. But remember, it needs to be in the string. Don't forget that. So here, I'm going to make this, let me make this a full screen, and I'll save this file, save, right? And I'm going to just apply this because for the two resources I have here, I can apply it for now. Then I'll use that to show you guys the state file and all that stuff. So I'm going to right click here, open an integrated terminal. Then I'm going to type Terraform, apply, press enter. So when you type Terraform, apply, and press enter, the first thing it is going to do is here, this is the plan. Terraform is telling you that I'm going to, you can see here, it's telling you I'm going to create two resources, 2 to add, 0 to change, 0 to destroy. So first what it did is it looked at my state file. There's no state file. So it now say, okay, you know what? This is the first time I'm creating it. So based on your configuration here, you can see here, it is going to create an internet gateway. You can see it here. And here it is going to create the VPC. It's showing you the plan, but Terraform is able to keep track of how it is going to create the resource. It knows how to create it by itself without the dependencies being an issue. So that's that, right? So first thing is going to show you the plan. So when you review the plan, if you are happy with the plan, you can now type yes. It is asking you, do you want me to apply this? You say yes. And once you type yes, it is going to start creating the resource in your AWS environment. And there you go. It has created the resource, right? So if I go into my AWS account, I'm just going to cancel here. And I'm going to filter here. And you can see this is the internet gateway I just created. And if I go on that VPC, you can see the VPC I just created. Right. So now let me show you the state file. So if we go to S3 here, and we go to that, our state bucket for the state file. So you can see now there's a folder here. Remember the key we gave it in that backend. Remember I gave it nest, EC2, Terraform state. So you can see here, nest, there's a folder called nest. If you go in that folder, there's another folder called EC2. If you go in that folder, this is where the state file is located. This is the state file. And this is pretty much, someone has a question?
So I was going to ask, that's just the path to the state file, right?
Correct. In the S3 bucket. Yeah, correct.
Right.
That's the best way to explain it. Yeah, the path to it. Yeah, the folder path. So that's pretty much all we are going to do today, right? So things that I want you guys to study for next week, then we'll start creating our resources next week, right? Is all the things we covered today, starting with if you don't understand how to configure a user's credentials on your computer, right? Go through that process again, understand what I meant by the profile, what I meant by how to configure a profile and how to configure the default. The basic syntax structure that I want you guys to understand again is resource type. Please write this down, things you should learn. Resource type, what is a resource type? What is a reference name? In like your Terraform syntax, right? Let me show you. Your Terraform syntax, right? Remember, resource type, this is a resource type. This is a reference. Resource type is given to you by Terraform. That you can change. And that is based on whatever resource you are trying to create. Reference name is the name you are giving it to here. And this name allows you to be able to ask to reference this resource block throughout your Terraform code. You saw that when we created the VPC here, and we are now creating an internet gateway, and we say, okay, this internet gateway, we want to attach it to the VPC we created here. You saw how we were able to reference it is the resource type and the reference name, which is what we put here, resource type and the reference name, dot the attribute from this VPC. The attribute, you don't make it up. It comes from the documentation. So if you look at any resource, there will be an attribute section there. And they've done everything for you. Whatever they want you to reference, it would be descriptive. You can see here, it says VPC ID. So we just need to go reference this VPC ID, and this is how we reference it. So that's how you create your internet gateway. Next thing, you create your subnet. Before you know it, you'll be creating every single thing. And before you know it, you're done. So that's one thing I want you to learn. Resource type, reference name, arguments, and attributes. Then the other one is variables, but that one will cover it as we go. But most important, resource type, reference name, arguments, attributes. Everything you are seeing here, everything you are seeing here in the documentation. So you can see here. You have arguments, attributes, resource type, and the reference name. So once you guys get a good understanding of that, it is pretty much equivalent to everything we are doing. So it don't matter if I give you the file that has the arguments there. I need to do that because if we have to start going to documentation and picking, we'll be spending like 3 months on this Terraform project. So it's better that I already map out all the arguments we need. That's why I set everything up. I give it to you guys. Then we would build everything as we go. But in any of the reference file I gave you, if you look at it, this is where you will find the arguments. You go to the resource type, right? Whatever resource type it is, you go there. You'll see the arguments there. Any argument that's listed there, you'll find it under the argument section and the attribute that comes with that resource. And that's it for today. Do you guys have any question?
Yes, I do have a question.
Yeah, sure. Great.
So, in an enterprise environment, for instance, are we going to be tasked with building the Terraform script from the beginning, like the end to end, or we are going to have a ready-made Terraform script that we just have to modify or add to or adapt?
It
And
depends.
for an interview, are we expected to have like a pre-built Terraform code?
So it depends. Most likely for most jobs, if they already have their infrastructure and everything, they will already have their Terraform code running in their environment, and you guys just if they assign you something, they might say, okay, for the VPC or for example, for this resource, we need to add these settings to it. Then you will have to go to that Terraform code, update, clone it to your repository, make the changes and push it and all that stuff, right? So most likely they will already have a code, a Terraform code for their environment that they already have a Terraform code that you'll be updating. And sometimes they will have a new project that you have to, write the entire code yourself. So it just depends. It's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of everything. Sometimes in the environment they already have, they may say, okay, in this infrastructure, we want to add, let's say, glue job. We want to add a glue job here. So you have to go do your research and write your code, your Terraform code for the glue job, right? So it depends.
Azeez, can I ask you a question? Maybe I'm going off track. Could you explain Terraform modules too?
Yeah, I can explain it, but I will
Later.
Do you mind when we get there? So
Yeah, okay.
that way I don't
want to confuse. Okay.
Yeah, but don't worry, we'll definitely cover Terraform modules. Yeah, for sure. Right. So Terraform module is just a way to reuse your code, right? I mean, I'll be going deep into a bunch of stuff if I have to explain it.
The reason I asked was this guy's question has actually come up in a past interview, and the guy asked me, do I know how to create an infrastructure using Terraform from scratch or an existing one where I'm referencing different script, basically. Same question he asked. So that's why I brought it.
Yeah, so you need to know how to do both, right? You can update whatever the existing Terraform code is, and you can also create your infrastructure from scratch. Right, but you guys need to just trust me, it's really, Terraform is not hard at all. I just showed you guys, right? There's nothing in the documentation here. It's It's as simple as you are creating a resource. You are creating a resource in AWS. Whatever setting you picked when you were creating that resource, go and look for that argument for that resource in Terraform. It's really that simple. It's not hard. I really feel like it's because sometimes people don't want to do the work. You don't want to just sit there and just go and find stuff. You're not just going to be able to want to create stuff off just like that when you haven't done it before, right? So the important part is in the beginning, just doing it this way. And I guarantee you guys, I don't write Terraform code like this anymore. If I need to write Terraform code now, I write it with either Claude or ChatGPT. Then once I get the basic code, then I can change what I need to change there. But I'm able to look at the code and I know what I need to change because I already understand how to write Terraform code. But if it's the first time you are writing it, you need to learn it this way. Understand how to dive into the documentation. You cannot be a cloud engineer without avoiding documentation. It's not done. You will have to understand how to reference documentation.
And it's just as if additional, I think the website he's talking to as far as documentation is just remember terraform.io. And
Yeah.
yeah, basically.
Yeah. So and you guys project thing, it is linked here. So I have the link to the documentation here. So you guys can.
Aziz,
Yes.
what is the difference between a solutions architect, cloud engineer, and a DevOps engineer? If you can.
Typically, like solutions architect are the ones that design the infrastructure. So they don't really implement stuff. They just think of an architect for an house, right? They don't build the house. They just come up with the blueprint for the house, like whatever the final product will look like. Then the engineers kind of like the builders kind of like take it from there, right? It's kind of like if there's a role in AWS and you are doing what it says you should be doing as a solutions architect, right? You will be designing the infrastructure. You'll be designing pretty much what the whole what the system looks like.
The blueprint, show us that blueprint you had. The
Yeah.
blueprint where you have that picture of connecting these two
So
gaps.
pretty much a solution architect will be
Yeah, that's it.
designing this, right? You have a reference architecture with everything, all the services, how they connect, what they need to use. Then the DevOps engineer, the one that builds it out. So that's the difference.
Gotcha. So also you'd have to work on the business aspect, right? Like, because some companies would want you as the architect to help them figure out the most cost efficient, right, for us to go.
Yeah. So when you are designing it, you factor all those things based on your company's requirement. What if cost efficient is what they are looking for? Yeah. So you have to design a system for them that's cost efficient. Sometimes it might be security is their priority. Sometimes it might be
Cool. Take this
whatever it is.
down
Yeah.
cell
So
phone.
yeah. So that's what it would
We
be.
like a radio. Like playing too much. First.
So
As you, just to piggyback
do you
off
guys have
before you
any other
jump off
question?
that topic, is security. Explain this because I know the AWS security is more high level, right? And you need the experience of both, right? So, what would your experience as a cloud, either cloud security, um, yeah, be? Are you focused more so just on the on
I
the?
think you guys should I'm just always focused on understanding how to deploy stuff in
Oh yeah, for
AWS
sure. It's just
from
a
a
random
from
question.
a from a security standpoint. Like if you understand that you can, like any of this stuff we are doing, you can also apply to cloud security job. You just learn whatever tools they are trying to use for whatever either monitoring or whatever their security tool is, you can learn that. So I think if you know this, you can work as a cloud security engineer too as well.
Right.
You,
This
you, you want to confuse us a little bit by touching a little bit about DevOps is preliminary question, or you just want to leave it to not confuse us?
Oh, what did you say?
You know, remember the guy asked about difference between cloud architect and DevOps engineer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we touched on cloud architect using that blueprint.
Yeah,
I said
so
talk about the DevOps.
yeah, so
This
the
guy.
DevOps part is just what we are doing now. It's just you are implementing, creating whatever is on the reference architecture. But DevOps is cloud engineer, DevOps engineer is all interchangeable, right? It's the same because DevOps is just a way of the sets of tools you use to deploy stuff in your environment to be more efficient and productive, right? So the DevOps part is just now when we start automating things with CI/CD, Git, GitHub, Terraform, and stuff like that, right? So it's the implementation part of it with a set of tools that makes it more.
Then to dive a little deeper about the guy asking about security, like all the tools he just mentioned, you would have to implement security for all those tools in every aspect, from scanning to setting up EC3, S3 buckets to VPC, allowing ingress and egress of different IP and CIDR block address. That's where the security comes into play.
Yeah.
That's it.
So
Good to know.
sometimes based on whatever job you are in, the roles might be the roles will probably be segregated. There will be a designated security team. There will be a DevOps engineer. So you won't, most of the time, like what Ade was telling you guys last week, and he's a good reference to ask because he's working, right? The most difficult thing you'll be doing is what you are doing now. When you start work, your day to day and things you have to be doing, it's pretty relaxed, honestly. It's pretty relaxed. You have other team members you are working with. There's just so much support and resources you can use. Not to say like there won't be things expected from you to do at work, but you won't be doing a full project like this. I think in all my years of working, I've only done one full project like this one time. The most of the time you are just updating things here and there, or if they want to add something new, you are not really doing like what we are doing now is because we are learning everything as much as we can learn. So we are doing a whole bunch of stuff. And this is where you should start, because if you can do all these things and you understand all these things, you'll be fine when you start working. You'll definitely know a lot to be able to. My goal is, which is what I always say, is you don't only want to get the job, you want to keep the job. So what we are doing here is not only allowing you to get the job, but to also help you keep the job, right? So these are things you have to know. And I'm telling you guys, I don't think it's hard at all. And I can only say that because I started just like you guys. I don't used to have background. I don't have tech background knowledge. I used to think I'm not a book person. When I first came to the United States, I could barely even speak English. The first time I went to college and they gave me like a computer test, I failed miserably. Just a common file. I couldn't open a common file on a computer. And this was me at 25. This is not me when I was 16, me at 25. I couldn't even open a file. Like they gave me like a basic computer thing, opening file here and this and that, just computer test just to see me, just to test I failed miserably. So what am I trying to say? Anything in life that I've learned so far is based on effort. It's not based on whether someone is intelligent than you or not. It's based on effort. Everything you guys see me do you guys saw when I sent you guys the email this morning. It was like 4 or 5 a.m. I'm not saying you guys should be like me and stay up for 5 a.m., but I'm saying whatever you have to do to get to your goal, that's what you do. One of my favorite thing to say is be stubborn. Being stubborn. Like you have to be stubborn enough to say, you know what, this is what I'm trying to learn. I'm going to learn it at any cost, whatever it costs me. So whatever that cost is to you and whatever price you are willing to pay, that's what you have to figure out. But learn these things is not hard at all. It's not. I just showed you guys it's not. Literally everything comes from the documentation. You just gotta go look in the documentation.
I have another question, Aziz.
Yeah, yes, sir. I think Mr. Lanre has his hand up. So after him, you can go, Mr.
No, Aziz, I want the troubleshooting. So maybe when they are done, if you want me to share my screen, then I can do
Okay.
that.
All right, Mr. Wright, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm asking these questions based on the different roles, right? Like I said about the 3 roles. So let's say you're on a team and then you're compromised, your application's been like encrypted, you're attacked by malware. So what are you going to do as a architect to solve that problem? If you were asked that question, what would you do?
If your application, so it depends. So are you?
That's one of the interview questions for a solutions architect role. That your application was encrypted and that you've been attacked by malware. So how would you fix that? Your machines, everything's been encrypted. How will you fix that?
I mean, it's
System.
not really is the question like things you implement to prevent that, or how you um how you resolve that while it is happening? Because so just like
You
as a
resolve
cloud
it
engineer,
if you
because
were compromised. Yeah.
so an architect is more of like I said, someone that designs the thing. So if you're saying like, what can you design into the system to prevent that, right? So it's very simple. Not very simple. Like you pretty much follow AWS well architected framework, right? Which they list how your applications to be designed. Some of those things are things we are using, like things like using VPC with public and private subnets, limiting traffic to different things with your security groups, right? So let's say you're just mitigating something where your application is, you run an application on an EC2, and that EC2 now gets like the application there gets like someone encrypted everything on it. So just first remove the security group, right? Remove the security group on the EC2, making sure like it doesn't have access to the internet or people on the internet having access to it. You can stop the EC2 instance, right? You can now create an AMI from the EC2 instance. If you want to, if you want to do like further analysis on it later on, where you can deploy it in an environment that doesn't have access to internet and go check in it and see what has affected the application, what has been encrypted. So I think mitigating something comes with designing your system up front to be able to handle those things, right? Which is how we've designed our VPC with public and private subnets to kind of like segregate things. So that way, if you need to take one particular action, you can take that action right away. So I think it just depends. So if it's an EC2 instance, first you just cutting off the access to the internet and you start with the security group. I think with the security group, once you do that, then that's the EC2 will not have access to the internet anymore. Then from there you can now also since it's an EC2 that's connected to your RDS, you also have to make sure that you remove the security group from the RDS so it doesn't have access to your database. Then from there you can now start running any type of test you need to run on the EC2 to see what was done on it. So there's no like a specific, when they ask those type of questions, there's not like, I don't think they are looking for you to like go into like a deeper answer. It's just more of like kind of see your thought process on something and how you would mitigate something, right? And also, once that's done, part of it is having things like Terraform like this, right? Having like a multi-AZ or having pre-built AMI for your EC2 instance, which are all the things we've done before in our project. So it just depends, right? So if it's like for an application that you're saying most of the application is either going to run on your server, which is either ECS or EC2. So the first thing is just isolating that server. And you can do that easily by just removing the security groups.
I think that comes with a different. They won't ask people like you that kind of question. It's skewed towards SOC and CM management. If I'm wrong, please correct me.
Yeah. So I guess I'm saying, yeah, someone could end up asking you, but yeah, it just depends on, yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't apply to solutions architect work because solutions architect, you need to know a whole lot. Not that I'm saying like I don't want, but it comes with a lot of experience. It's not just like is because they are designing everything, right? So it comes with much more responsibility and much more experience, right? Anyone can be a solutions architect, but DevOps engineer is just building out what was already designed, which I found more. I enjoy doing those type of work than being a solutions architect. I like getting my ass dirty, I guess. So it depends. But if anything, if they're asking you how do you really just isolate the server. That's like the first thing you can do. Then once you isolate the server, then there are probably tools you can now use to, I know one of those is an inspector, right? Inspector,
Yeah.
right? You can now run
AWS inspector
on the EC2 to get diagnostic on what was
or CloudTrail to look for the logins to know what's actually going on. That's the first thing you have to do. Using AWS IMU CloudTrail to look for the logins and knowing what is really happening. From there, you can start diagnosing it.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, Aziz.
Yeah, those questions are solutions architect role questions. That's what I'm asking that.
Yeah. So it sounds like, are you more interested in like a solutions architect role?
Well, I mean, I'm interested in what we're doing as well, but when I did my application and that was the role that I applied to. So most of those questions were coming. So
Yeah.
that's why
Yeah, when
when
you
I
solutions architect role, yeah, they do. It's almost like that comes with many, many years of experience, honestly. Like you, um, there's a whole lot to know about. And they are always designing because that's where it starts from. They design pretty much everything, the entire infrastructure. So you are expected to know a lot when, in that role.
Hey, Aziz, can I add to
Yeah,
the
sure.
answer?
Sure.
Okay, good. So that's a very good question, and from my experience, because I'm part of the security team at my place of work, and most of the, I mean, once in a while we do what we call.
Sorry, can you be more audible? I can't hear you.
Adewale, maybe you're sitting on the mic. Your voice is a little bit low. I can hear you, but it's very low.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me clearly now?
Yeah, it's better now.
Oh, good. So I'm part of the security team at my place of work. So we do what we call tabletop exercises, where we kind of simulate when there's a malware attack. So if I were to answer that question, that kind of question in an interview, given my experience, I will go by saying that, well, at my place of work, we have and this is actually what we have. We have what we call security incident response plan document. So whenever there is a malware attack, the first thing we do is to consult that document. It's stored somewhere in a Google Drive or somewhere. So we make sure that document is pulled out, and in that document, the company has highlighted steps to go through whenever there's an incident, a malware attack. And some of the steps, I would say, Azeez he has really hammered on the very last step that is very important in one of the steps. So we have like three steps or three phases. The first is the incident verification. We need to verify that truly an attack has occurred, by getting, pinpointing, narrowing down to whatever server that has been attacked. So we do that. We do that research. Then after that, that phase one, the incident verification. Then the phase two, according to the document, is incident assessment. We assess the impact of that. So it's majorly going through whatever plan the company has laid down. It's not something we do from the top of our head. Yeah, we access that document. And the third one that Aziz has mentioned is the third phase that he has mentioned is that the mitigation, where you must take the machine, the device that has been attacked off from the internet. You cut it off. The mitigation and containment, we call it the containment and mitigation phase. And all the steps that we need to go through, and that's what Aziz has explained, where you take it off from internet, then you start triage, like do logs, check the logs, you try, do a lot of triaging, they call it, to see what impact and everything. Then you communicate to the stakeholder, whoever needs to be informed, whether the client needs to be informed. Communication is key whenever we are doing this incident response, to any attack. You want to carry the stakeholders along, be it your customers or your executive, your company leader.
Please, can you speak up? We can't hear you, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm using earpiece. I don't know why it's.
We can't hear you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay. Let me see. Can I change this speaker? Yeah, I'm using the phone. But can you hear me clearly now?
I can hear you.
Oh,
I mean,
okay,
it's low,
good.
but
It's low. Oh my God.
if that's no, it's fine. I mean, I don't know if other people can. So if that's all the best you can do with your earpiece, I mean,
Audible, but it's not that high, but it's audible. I
Oh,
can hear
okay.
you. It's
Oh,
good.
okay.
Just go ahead.
It's fine.
Yeah, let me do speaker. Okay. But can you hear me now?
Oh, this is much better.
Yes, that's
Oh, okay, good. So I cannot bring to my mouth. So so something to really show that you have a real work experience when it comes to addressing malware attack is what I've just highlighted. Like, there is always a company will have a document called the incident.
very well. I think your thing is going out again. Yeah. So I think he's gonna rejoin. Yeah. So basically, what he's saying, that he even said it way better than I said it, right? So I probably only explained one phase out of it, which he explained, right? So every company does have this procedure they use, right? So some of the things he said that does typically, if they're asking you stuff like that, I don't think they're looking for like a perfect answer. Just looking to see if you to just get your thought process of it, which is saying always recommend, always refine back to whatever the company's policy is, right? On mitigating stuff like that, checking the logs, right? Part of the things you would check is like CloudTrail, right? It's one of the first place because everything going on in your AWS account is logged there. Like who's doing what, who accessed what at what time is logged there. Then from there, pinpointing whatever server is affected, whatever based on that server, isolating it from the internet, then going on to check that server, checking the logs, doing all the necessary things you need to do to see what was done to it. So I think it's more of like a thought process thing. I don't think there's like a perfect answer you need to give for that. So thank you, Adewale. That was very, very helpful.
Yeah, I think it was. I have a cheat sheet that I've written down in front of me during the interview, and it's basically what you just said. But you have to mention the tools, and like what you said, using CloudTrail, using Amazon CloudTrail, using Amazon Guard Duty, to first doing but you first have to start with using Amazon Detective to analyze, investigate, and quickly identify what the root cause of the security issue is or suspicion, which is basically Amazon's way of using a machine learning and graph to automatically collect and process events through the VPC flow and logs. Then you jump into the CloudTrail and Guard Duty to create a unified view that produces a visualized detail of the context of what the root cause is. Then from there, you use your Guard Duty to generate your findings. Then it goes to the Guard Amazon Detective, picks up from the Guard Duty's findings. And like what Ade said, you use a triage to determine whether the activity is a true positive or false positive. And if it's a true positive, then you respond with different approaches using the security incident plan, like Ade said. Then from there, using that security incident plan, you know what the process is to mitigate, isolate, mitigate, and cut the access point of where the trouble is coming from, which you said usually it's coming from the security group, S3 bucket through the application, load balancer, the policy, whether it's an ingress, egress policy, because that's usually the port to where most ECS and ECS or images are that corrupts the whole code. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, that is all correct. Because I did research after that was asked, then all of these answers. So, but now, you mentioned that the DevOps and the cloud architect, their roles are interchangeably, right? Um, or interchangeable, sorry. But what I want to ask is, we have the um, the web application, the Docker, their ECS. Now we're doing Terraform modules to come, and then of course CI/CD. So all of those will be experiences now under your belt for a new role like DevOps or cloud engineer. Like say if you phrase your application to go for these roles that we're doing now.
Is
You
that a
understand what I'm
question?
saying, Aziz?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm saying so now because there's the solutions architect, there's a whole lot. Of course, you alluded to that. So if you're going for a role like a DevOps or a cloud engineer now, so I'm asking, what we're doing now, like to have all of these experiences under your belt, these are the things that you will be talking about now. That's my question to you, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure I understand your question. You're saying like if you're
No,
going for a
like what
cloud,
I think what he's
cloud
referencing to.
cloud engineer role, right? This is like what we are doing is good for a cloud engineer role. Is that what you're asking?
He just wants to
Yes, be a
differentiate.
cloud engineer or DevOps. So if you're having another, because let's say I'm trying to say like you change your role now, you apply like a DevOps or cloud architect.
Mm.
So if you've been asked about your experience now, you're talking about the ECS, CI/CD, everything that we're doing now or that we'll do in a few weeks from now. So these two roles, like cloud engineer and DevOps, covers all of this that we're doing, all of this that we're doing now. That's what I'm asking. So like if you're presenting, then you know what to hate, you know. That's what I'm asking. Still
Yeah,
doesn't
so
make
pretty
sense?
much what we are doing work covers cloud engineer, DevOps engineer, cloud DevOps engineer role. Any cloud DevOps engineer role, it covers it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think a good way to look at it is like Aziz was saying at the beginning. An architect is just someone that deeply understands the ins and outs of everything. That's to me, that's like the highest level of experience you should have. So basically, it's the person that has thought about everything and he has orchestrated a blueprint of how everything should really work. He has thought about security. He has thought about what the customer wants. He will design it what the customer wants, putting it in place, security
Good.
huh?
So, excuse me, Victor, not to cut you off. Let's
Hmm.
say you were in an interview and then it was a solutions architect role. You're not going if you've been asked about your experience now. You're not saying, "Oh, I've done." You talk about Docker project or ECS or those will not be the things you will be talking about as your experience because it's not a solutions architect role experience. That's what I'm trying to say, basically.
Yeah,
Does
So
that
what?
make
yeah,
sense?
what we are doing is not for solutions architect. So you shouldn't be applying to a solutions architect role, right? Solutions architect is a specific role for people that
Right.
have that experience, right? It is not what we are doing. The covers aspect of solutions architect role, but a solutions architect
Is the
knows a whole knows much more than that
yeah.
in terms of I mean, can know less. A solutions architect may not know the details of configuring something like we do, but they have a breadth of knowledge on a lot of stuff. Think about the system itself, like designing the system, like things you need, why you need them.
Yes.
That's what a solutions architect does. So you, if you want to apply to it, so if anyone wants to apply to a solutions architect role, you can apply to it, but understand that it's not a role. People that apply to solutions architect role, they know it's a role that is meant for them. It is not, it's different from a cloud engineer role. So what we are doing is more for like cloud engineer, DevOps engineer. I mean, we are deploying in the cloud. A solutions architect can probably I'm sure their knowledge is transferable to design system on AWS,
Yeah.
Azure, Google, right?
Yeah.
So it's more of like it's like an architect role. It's not
Yep.
a DevOps role.
It's a
Even
good
though,
example will be like a solutions architect knowing what to do to build a house on a swamp land or on a solid land, what to do on a solid land, and what to do if you want basement. A
yeah,
plumber doesn't know all those things. A plumber is a DevOps engineer that knows how to connect one pipe to one room to another room using one tool to another tool. That's what a DevOps engineer is. He's a plumber, he's an electrician. A solutions architect is the biggest of them all. He can say, okay, plumber, he will tell the plumber, use this tool and do it this way for this style because of the land. We've surveyed the land and we know that this land is soggy and it will disrupt this and that and that and that. There's the plumber will say, wow, yes, 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 Oga, yes, Oga, yes, sir, and do it that way, and everything comes in place.
Yeah. So, Mr. Wright, so basically, if you think of solutions architect role, solutions architect role involves a company coming with you. I mean, a company coming to you with a problem or something they are trying to solve. Whether it's designing a system that does this, it's a system that is cost efficient, and the end goal of what you design for them is like something like a reference architecture like this that shows them everything that needs to be done, this and that. There's no implementing in there. It's just you are helping them solve their problem and you design a system for them that shows them exactly what they need to do to achieve whatever they are coming to you for. So it's like even though there's parts of it that is, yeah, we are talking about AWS as a whole, we are talking about building a VPC and things like that, but it is not what we are doing. It is what we are doing is a part of that. So solutions architect is way more than that. You need to know a whole lot. I don't apply to solutions architect role, but I apply to, you can apply to security role, you can apply to DevOps role, you can apply to cloud engineer role. Because especially if you're talking about big enterprise companies, you will be required to know how to, like for me now, would I have an experience on like how Google's enterprise is set up, how their whole cloud and enterprise set up? No, probably not. It's something I would have to work in that space and build my experience from there. You understand? So it may be just because it's like a solutions architect role you are applying to. And yes, for those roles, you have to know a whole lot.
And
a whole lot on the theory part and why things work and this and that, but not on like the implementing part because they don't really require you to really know a lot. It's just more of like, if you've ever taken the solutions architect exam, you will get a feel for it, what it's like. In there, they ask you a lot of scenario questions. That's exactly how the role is.
And you will notice more companies, especially enterprise companies, they always look for architects because you'll be surprised. They will tell you, yes, it's AWS they're using, but you reach there, you see they're using this part AWS, the other part Azure, because of one reason or the other. So they always want solutions architects that can work on both CSP, cloud provisional solutions. To, like Azeez said, he doesn't want to even go into the architectural. Me too, I stay away from architectural, but they always try to force it on you because they want you to work on their AWS and their Azure environment. Yeah.
Yeah, so you guys just apply to the best place to start is read the job description to any job you're applying to and try to see if that aligns with your skill sets. That's the first place to start. Then you apply from there. So if you're seeing a role that is telling you design an enterprise system and it's something you don't have experience on, just don't apply to it. Apply to jobs that align with your skill sets. Anyway, we are pretty much at time. So the main thing that I want to cover is just what we've talked about today. You guys make sure you understand things we covered today, because then next week we'll start with actually building out our VPC and all the other resources as well, right? So
Just want to
next
put
week
my hat to you. You're doing a wonderful job, Azeez. I've taken other classes I paid for. 2 other classes, they don't even come as half of what and how detailed you are. You're doing a remarkable job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I'm probably not going to revisit what we covered today, but what we covered today is the foundation to everything you're going to learn about Terraform. So please make sure you visit what we did today. Remember what I told you guys to know. Just understand the basic Terraform syntax: resource type, reference name, argument, attributes. When you understand all those things, it would make sense. Like all the stuff we're going to do is going to make sense, right? And again, like I always say, focus on the skills we are learning now. It is going to really help you when it's time to look for work. So between now and next week, ask me Terraform questions. Because I don't want to stand mean when you guys are asking me stuff I feel like you should know. Then I'm just going to be like, it is done in this project, go and reference that project, right? Because the assignment is is your own part of saying, I know what I'm doing. So if you've already done the assignment for project 3, that means you understand everything because based on the assignment requirement, you were supposed to do it based on your knowledge. So if you are submitting the assignment and saying, okay, this is what I've done, that means you know what you are doing, right? So, I mean, you guys just have to take it like that. I feel like that's that's the most I can do with what we have, right? So if there's other ways I can hold you accountable, I will, but this is how I can do it. So you guys just try to do your part and follow the assignment instruction the way I laid it out, right? And you'll be fine, honestly. You'll be fine. That's what I have to say.
And this is for us, the students. What Azeez is doing, there are different, understand that there are different ways. There are, like they say, there are 9 ways to kill a cat. There are different ways to do it. So if you go to YouTube channels, you might see some other ways that are different from Azeez's way, which I had that problem and I started getting confused. So just stick to the process Azeez is going through. It's a well thought out process. The more he's teaching us, I'm like, wow, this guy really thought about us in mind as students. And going forward, there are very different ways to do the same thing he's doing. And once you start listening, it's like you're listening to different masters. And this master is using snake style. This one is using monkey style. This one is using, then you say, why is this guy, why am I doing this technique? Why this guy is saying the other technique? And you will get confused. So just when you get stronger, when your legs get stronger, then you can go and start listening to other YouTube guys. And you say, oh, now it's making sense why this guy wants me to use monkey style here. Is why Azeez said we should use this style here. Everything, he has thought about everything. Just follow his process. He's very good at what he's doing. I give him that.
Well,
Please,
thank you.
I didn't get the call in the Slack channel. Did you try to call me or something? I didn't get it.
Last week, no, I didn't. I have to say, I have to be honest, I didn't. Yeah, so
If you can
what?
please, because I want to share something else, with you. I want us to. That's
Okay,
fine.
sure. I'll try.
Azeez,
Yes, so
Azeez, Mr. Abel,
I know.
you gonna call
Yeah, you
today?
guys
Or?
just please bear with me, but I will. So it's just like I'm always trying to like dedicate some time, but it's just like look at now again, it's already 4 hours already. So but I will. Mr. Abel, please bear with me, I will. I mean, if it's that you have Slack thing on your phone, right? Do you have Slack on your phone, Mr. Abel?
I think I would download it as you're speaking now. I
Yeah,
will
it's
download it on
just
my phone.
download it and you can call me from there. That's fine.
Oh, okay.
Just
All right.
start just start a huddle. It would forward it to my phone.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Larry, you can share your screen. So thank you guys on YouTube. Thank you. If you guys want to hang around, you can hang around. I'm gonna stop the recording now. We are pretty much done today. Remember today what we discussed, things you should cover for Terraform to start next week. And those are the things we covered today. Just try to make sure you understand that. Next week, we will start with building all of our resources and we'll be good. It'll be good because you guys will see. And if this is the first time you are working on Terraform, don't worry about it. You'll learn everything as you go. as long as you are willing to learn and you are willing to do the work and don't take shortcut, trust me, you'll learn it. I really think it's not that. Terraform is actually easier than learning AWS. I feel like you've done the harder part of the work by just doing the projects in the management console. So now that you are using Terraform, you are getting to the easier part. So everything will make sense. So just hang in there. Thank you, Juliet. Juliet, are you in Nigeria or you are, because you say it's evening where you are. Where are you located? And thank you for, I'm always proud. I'm proud of you guys that you guys actually stick around. You guys, some of you guys have been seeing your name doing your assignment. So thank you. Azubike, I know you don't say anything, but I've been seeing you submitting all your assignment. Thank you guys. So, oh, you're in Nigeria. Oh, wow. Isn't it like what time is it in Nigeria now? Like 9 p.m., 10 p.m. I'm proud of you. Good job, Juliet. All you guys that are in Nigeria and hanging there and doing your work, I'm really proud of you guys. Abuja. Oh, okay, good. Good. I'm proud of you guys. Keep up the good work. All right. So yeah, we are done for today. 9:11. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's 3:11 here. 9 p.m. Jane is in Nigeria too. Oh wow. Okay. Well, good job, guys. All right. So we are done for today. Mr. Wright, I'll try to call you. Or if you have Slack on your phone, if I don't call you sometime today, so call me sometime tomorrow, maybe like around, I'll say around evening time, like maybe like 4, 5 p.m. Call me. You can just start a Slack order. If I'm available, I'll pick it up. So,
Okay.
um,
Do you want me
I
to
was
share the
trying to
screen
do
now?
something like that the other time, but it was not giving me like a call option where you see, the telephone icon to call. So I don't know.
I think, did you call me last time? Someone called me and I picked up, but the person hanged up. Maybe you didn't realize that I did. You might, I think someone called me and I picked up. Because when you call, it's just gonna start a Slack huddle on your hand, but on my hand, it will be calling me until I pick up. So
Okay, so
I just didn't
like you
realize.
see how you have the calling here like this. I don't know if that's you sharing something other.
Oh, that's not me. That's somebody else.
Okay.
So once you go to my name, like you're about to send me a message, on Slack, you will see the huddle there. Just click on that huddle. That's how you call.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Seconds. Oh, I run this Docker. No, no, one second.
Is that the error you are getting, or is it just something else?
Oh, I want to remove this. Okay. Reopen it. So
Okay.
yeah. So this is the error I was getting on my deployment.
Yes, so it's because you don't have Docker running. You have to start Docker.
Oh, my Docker was running initially. Let me see.
Okay, it's running now. You can now run the document again.
See, this is the error.
Can you drag your expand your thing so I can see more? Like your terminal, the line on it, just drag it up a little bit.
Okay, hold on 1 second. So, I don't know how this.
Yours don't look like what I gave you.
Hold on. How can I remove this?
Well, remove what? So
This.
so you see your terminal there, there's the line there, you don't close it.
The
So
line after line 122, there's one gray line.
Yeah,
That's
it won't let me because of the
oh
people online. So I want to close those tab on the side, on the right side, where the name of the people. So they won't.
I see.
I'm trying.
Let's
Okay.
just
Oh no.
thanks you I don't want to say Jane. Bye. See you next week. So we are pretty much done for today. If you guys want to hang around, you can hang around, but I understand you guys have to go to bed. So I'll see you guys next week. Good job. Ismail, thank you. Good job. So Juliet, I'm not sure if you're still here. Good job, guys. I'll see you guys next week. And Gideon, good job.
talking about that line of on that line one, that
This
number 122.
this user will not let me.
So not on
Okay.
the side. So in the middle of your screen, right? In the middle of your screen. You see where the terminal is? Not where your mouse is, the middle of your screen.
Yeah.
So there's a line. Look at when line 122 is.
122 below that green line behind or after 122.
122. Yeah.
Code after 122.
So the line that's showing 122. No, don't scroll. So there's like 132 now. Just move your mouse to where 132 is. You will see like a gray line there.
132 or 122.
132 now. Just move your mouse there. You see the gray line, So the terminal that you just opened, you can drag it up to expand it some more.
Okay.
Hover your mouse on that gray line. Hover your mouse right there, then drag it up. Once you see that arrow like that,
Yeah.
then you drag it up. Correct.
And you can scroll up a little bit. Scroll up. Yeah, just keep scrolling up. I need to see where I failed. Scroll up. So I don't think just a second. I don't think your Docker file is probably different.
I read something. I said unknown number in line 47 from that message.
Line 47.
So just a second. Complete I believe not complete successfully. Let's see above. You just have to keep scrolling up because this doesn't show me I need to see where it failed, then I'll know what.
I can't hear you, Azeez.
Oh, sorry. So scroll up, keep scrolling up to where it failed, then we'll see where I need to see where on your Docker that failed. Okay, right here. Run mount. Okay. No, so that's fine. So just leave it here.
Hey, that's 01.
So it's unknown option S.
Yeah.
So where do you have option S there? So said um
Hmm.
option S.
98.
So one in local cannot change local. Run mount. So that is after. Just a second. I just want to see.
You know, 20.
So running
Decrypt and
that,
password
then
for the
and then
database.
can you in your Docker file, can you scroll to where we are mounting the secrets, where it is updating your env file in your Docker file. So that would be line 108. All right. So use password name host database name. Mount secret RDS password. Can you scroll down a little bit? And that's your terminal. On your terminal, scroll down. No, just scroll down, just like that. Yeah, stop. Now scroll down.
Something to do.
Unknown character. Yeah, it's probably just a typo somewhere. I don't know.
Password on your database.
And it could be can you scroll up to where scroll down, keep scrolling down. Let me see something. Okay. Did not complete successfully.
Your password didn't go through. Some
The only
reason.
thing I can think is like when you were pulling the secrets, whether your secrets. So keep scroll back all the way up to where your secret is located. So scroll up all the way up. No, in your terminal. Secret.
Yes, I can go.
Right. So if I know, let me see your build script. Probably in your build script. Okay, scroll down. Pull secret, scroll down. Did you there was something wrong in your code before and you fixed it? I think you just need to delete this whole deployment, delete this Docker file and rebuild it because I think it's still using something from your cache,
Mhm.
right? So if you fix something, so you have to run that command that I sent, or in your go open your Docker desktop. In your Docker desktop, you can delete your image there and just run the build again. It is already, you already had it up that one time, so just open it. All right, so under images, so there's no image there. Let me just give you the command.
Nothing on my desktop. No.
Okay, all right, let me see.
Or
Okay,
should I don't know if, let me check if my ECR has been created. Let me,
no, it's not gonna create your ECR because you are not there yet.
okay.
But the build failed, right?
I
That's
just,
what it's saying now. His build failed, right?
yeah,
So he won't have, that's why there's nothing on his Docker desktop when you look at
yeah,
the
but there's
images.
still something in this thing because it's using like a catch, saying like a
Okay.
catch thing there. So it's still, because you see how when it started building this thing,
Mm-hmm.
it started on 23 of 27
Okay.
instead of on 1.
Ah, I see.
Yeah. So just use this command that I sent to you. Run
Oh,
that command in your terminal. I sent it in the chat.
oh, you just send me a command?
Yeah, I sent it in the chat.
Chat,
Use that
chat.
command.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
Docker system prune.
Let me see. Hold on 1 second.
Just copy it and paste it. It's talking about the Zoom chat.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for the terminal. That's when,
Just see that Zoom, that Zoom right there. Hit that Zoom, at the bottom.
yeah, I click on it, it won't come up. Yeah, hold on. I just oh, okay. This is it. And so why is not always nice? Chat.
It's even easier if you just tell you and you just type it on your
Docker system prone, right?
Yeah. Docker system prone -a dash volume -f. Mhm. All volumes.
No, that means it hangs or
Oh,
won't
it's still
delete
loading.
anything.
It's just, it's still working. It's just it's gonna be based on how fast your computer is. So, hello, Abdul. Good afternoon or good evening.
So, so I should run the command again.
Yes, now run your Docker build. Yes, Abdul. So you understand that the job of the NAT gateway is to allow resources in your private subnet to have access to the internet. So when you create your cluster, and remember when you create your cluster, AWS is your EKS cluster, AWS is pretty much creating that control plane, and whatever node needs goes in. You create your control plane and you create the node, right? AWS is configuring a bunch of stuff on the back end, right? And you notice that when we create the node, in that node, there was already pods in there. So basically, there's things that are going on the back end. So if there's anything that needs access to the internet and you don't have your NAT gateway in there to give it access to the internet, that makes sense why it will fail. So you need to have your NAT gateway in there connected to your private resources so they can have access to the internet, because sometimes they go on the internet to download different things. So at the time where you are setting up your EKS, if your private resources, your private subnet does not have access to the internet, then that makes sense why some of your nodes didn't start, like that your node didn't start. That makes a lot of sense. Because it probably needs access to the internet to do something on the back end.
Okay.
So it already worked, right? So the stuff you're having issue with is working now.
Okay, this is the area where it got stuck then.
No, it wasn't there. It was the one before. It already passed it.
Okay.
It was the one where you were trying to update your env file. It has already passed that one.
That line 23.
The line
I think it was line
10 of 20
94 or 109 or
on
104. Whatever.
on your code now is the one that says line 10 of 20. It was when you were updating your env file. It has already passed there. I'm looking in the terminal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Here. And this is where it was on the Docker file. Basically. Oh, I think we are still here now.
your build has already passed there. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Your build is on the next one of your Docker file. I think the way you click like that is probably not going to update your terminal. So can you click in the terminal? Let me see. Okay, let's give it time. It's still running.
Same place. This is mouse secret password. RDS password of them. Oh, no.
Okay, I guess I'll see. Yeah, I think send a copy of your Docker file to me. Let me review it. So it's probably, I think there's an issue with your Docker file, but I'm pretty sure, pretty much sure it's working. It's just an issue with your Docker file. You can send it to me on Slack.
This is ready. Insurance.
I think I have a under the project I said, I think I have a Docker file, a new Docker file there.
Say it again.
I think on the project I said there's a Docker file there that you have to, that I have there that you can use. I'm going to build with this your Docker file and I'll get back to you.
Okay.
I don't think that's the, yeah, let me just build it. Send the Docker file itself to me, the file that you have here, but you can send it later on in Slack. But I'm going to try to build the image with this Docker file.
Oh, already send the Docker file to your Slack, right?
Yeah,
some
but
minutes ago.
the way you send it is like it broke the format.
Oh,
So
my
send the
bad.
file,
Sorry,
file
sorry.
itself to me. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. No, send the file itself to me and I'll build an image with it. Then I'll let you know whether your Docker file and your build script. So instead of copying it like that, just go to wherever the file is on your computer, drag the file to my Slack and send the file
Okay,
to me.
okay.
And
Okay.
also send the file, send the Docker file, and send your build, your push, your build image, not the push one, the build one.
Okay, build image and
The Docker file, the build image, the build script, the Docker and the Docker file. That's all I need.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm doing it right.
Okay. All right. I do have to go because I have some errands to go around though.
All right. Thank you, Azeez. Thank
All
you
right,
so
no
much.
problem. All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a good weekend, and I'll see you guys next week. All right. Bye. Let me see if Tina said. Okay. Bye. Bye.